guys, this is Kavya Singhal, and we will be learning Microsoft Excel, and I will be teaching you throughout the course. So let's begin. So the first question that comes to our mind is, why should we learn Excel? What's the benefit of learning Excel? So let me tell you that being efficient at Excel is considered to be one of the most beneficial and the crucial skill. Excel is widely used as it is vital to the functioning of most of the work environments. Excel provides such kind of features that are very important or are very beneficial to analyze our data. And means it helps to keep our data in a systematic manner. So moving on, and we will be seeing now like how Excel looks like, what is the Excel interface. So it contains worksheet control buttons, formula bar, scroll bars, ribbon, title bar, file button, sheet tabs, and quick access toolbar. So in this video, we will be covering all of these elements. So moving on, let's start. So the first one is worksheet control buttons. The worksheet control buttons allow you to minimize, maximize, restore, or close the worksheet. So here in the top, we have three buttons. This is the minimize, maximize, and the cut button. These all three, we all are familiar with all the three of these buttons. So the second is the formula bar. The formula bar allows you to enter, edit data in a worksheet. So here in the top is the formula bar. And here we can type anything, any data, and we can expand it, we can collapse it, and we can add any kind of data here, any kind of formula here. So it's a formula bar where we type each and everything that we want. So now we have scroll bars. The vertical and the horizontal scroll bar enable you to move quickly throughout the worksheet. So here in the right bottom corner, we have this scroll bar where we can scroll it horizontally. On the right side, we have another scroll bar where we can scroll it vertically above, up and down. And this is a very useful feature as it allows us to move sideways, up and down. So that's all with the scroll bar. Let's move to another topic. That is ribbon. The ribbon is designed to help you quickly find the commands that you need to complete a task. It includes various kind of tabs. So let's see to that. So Excel menu system at the top of the screen contains so many tabs. It includes home tab, a new tab, insert, draw, page layout, formula, data, review. There's so many tabs here present in the top of the screen, and these all comprise of a ribbon. So the data tab contains all the information relating to data. Page layout, as the name suggests, something related to pages, inserting tables, charts, it all include under the insert tab. And under the home tab, this is the most widely used tab, and when we open the Excel, we get this tab open in front of us. So it is more widely used as it includes how to bold data, how to make it colorful, means it includes all the things that we generally use. So coming back, we have title bar. Our title bar contains the name of application and the active file. So as you can see that here in the top, we have a name called First Mentor. This is the name of the workbook. And the first of all, the beginning with anything, you just rename your Excel workbook. So it is called the title bar. So moving on, we have the file button. Clicking on the file button displays the drop-down menu containing a number of options such as open, save, print. So let's see to this, where is the file tab present. On the left corner, we have a file tab. Here we have home, new, open, info, save as, and so many options. And the most important is this options, last option. And here we have so many things that we can do with the file tab, and we can do so much of editing here that we want into our necessities, and there's a lot to do more with it. So we will see that in upcoming videos. So moving on, we have the Sheets tab. The Sheet tab allows you to switch between the worksheet in a workbook by clicking the appropriate tab. So here in the down, we have so many sheets open here. Sheet 1, Sheet 2, Sheet 3, we can click any of them. We can add as many sheets as we want. So here's the Sheet tab. It helps us to store data in a single workbook. A large data can be stored in a single workbook. So this is the Sheet tab. So coming back, we have the last thing is the Quick Access toolbar. The Quick Access toolbar is a customizable toolbar that contains a set of commands that are independent of a tab that is currently displayed, and you can add buttons that represent commands to quick access toolbar. So here in the top left corner, we have a small quick access toolbar. We can add commands by going to more commands. We can add as many commands as we want according to our needs. So it's a great option available in the Excel, and just a little thing helps us a lot. So this was about the user interface of an Excel. So we have covered most of the things that are present in the user interface that is needed to understand in the basic level. So we will be learning much more than this. So that's all for this video. We'll see you in the next video. Guys, in this video, we will be learning key shortcuts in Excel. And if we see here, we will be learning key shortcuts from F1 to F12. So let's see that how they all work. So these are the shortcut keys from F1 to F11, and we will be seeing them one by one. Alone, if we press F1 key, what will happen is it will open the help tab, help dialog box. So let's see practically how we can use. So now if I press F1 key from my keyboard, a help window will appear in the right side. Just type search, whatever you want to search, any function, anything. So I will just type sum here, and I will get all the things related to sum, how to use that, what are different ways to use the sum. So next is that if you want to edit a cell without using a mouse, so how are you going to do it? Just by double clicking in the cell, we will get the edit cursor. But what if we want to edit the cell using the keyboard? So we have to press the key F2. If you press the F2 key here, we will get the edit cursor and we can write anything. So let's write a word peanut here. So we can edit any cell by just pressing the F2 key. So I have created a name range of all the fruits by the name tree. And here in the cell L2, if you press key F3, we will get a pop-up in which there will be a name range that we have selected. So we will click on the tree, we will press OK, and here we get is equals to tree. And if we enter this, we will be getting the name as apple. So just simply dragging down, and here we get all the names that we have created. So it helps in pasting name ranges. So but now let's see one more thing, like if we apply the same thing in any other cell other than the row 2 to 6. Like if we apply this in the row 8, click on OK, we will get a value error. Why it is so? Because the name ranges work only in the specific range, that is from the row 2 to the row 6, in which our table was there, through which we have created the name range. It will be working in the same thing, like from only row 2 to row 6. If I click on any other cell other than this, it will give us a value error. So let's delete everything and let's see what's next as the repeat action by pressing the F4 key. So if I select the row 4 and press Ctrl plus C and paste it here, we can repeat the same action by pressing the key F4 in the keyboard. So just by pressing the F4 key, I have pasted the same thing in the second range. So we can repeat our actions just by pressing the F4 key from the keyboard. So let's clear everything, and the next thing is the go to pop-up. So just by pressing the F5 key, a pop-up will appear, just called the go to pop-up. So here it is, and here we have different name ranges that we have in our sheet, and here at bottom we can give any reference cell, and here if I type I10 and press OK, I10 cell is got selected. Now if we select the name range tree and press OK, all the fruits that were under the tree name range are all selected. So next, moving on, so by pressing the F6 key, we will go to the next pane. And what do we mean by next pane is, just by pressing the F6 key, there are some changes happening in the sheet. If we press F6 key, then at the bottom we have this little icon highlighted. Again, if we press F6 key, then above these all are highlighted. So just by pressing F6 keys, we can highlight these. So yeah, now by pressing the F7 key, the spell check option get worked. So if I just press the F7 key to the keyboard, Excel will automatically check each and every spelling in our workbook and will tell if there is any error or if we want to replace anything. So just by pressing the F7 key, Excel does the function of the spell checking. So now next we have is F8 key, that if we want to select the data without using mouse, and what can we do is we can select the entire range by just pressing the F8 key, and now using the right keys and the down keys, all the array, all the data is going to be selected like this. Just by pressing the F8 key on the selected cell and then using the right arrow keys and the down arrow keys, all the data is selected without using a mouse. So it is useful to select data without using a mouse. And next we have by pressing F9 keys to calculate all. So what we have here is we will be using the sum formula to determine this. So we will be using sum formula in the cell K6 and J6 just by pressing Alt plus equal. We get the sum here in the cell J8 and K8. So before moving, I am changing the method of calculation to manual. And now let's change the 8 to 10. What we see is that the 78 doesn't change to 80. But as I press F9 key, it just changed to 80. So let's use the function of F9 key. So now next we have is the F10 key, which activates the menu. And if I press F10 key, you can see above that the menu is activated. The same thing can be done by pressing the Alt key also. But by pressing the F10 key from the keyboard does the same thing. It activates the menu above and we can select anything that we want. Now next thing is we are having is to make a chart. Just by selecting the data and by pressing F11, the chart is in the new sheet. As you all can see, the chart is created in the new sheet. So this was the use of the F11 key. Now, if we want to save our Excel workbook, just by pressing the F12 key, this pop-up will appear and we can directly save our workbook just by pressing the F12 key, function key from our keyboard. So that's all for this. We'll see you in the next video.
Hello guys, in this video we are going to learn that how to enter data in Excel, like different type of data, the text and much more than that. Also we are going to learn so much in this video. So further moving with that, and the first thing is exploring data entry. Data can be of two types. It can be of text, it can be of number. So and in Excel, let me tell you that there is a difference in just typing these numbers. It creates a difference if it is a text or if it is a number. Excel have a difference in that, so we will be learning that. So now here is the Excel sheet, and as I told you that there is some difference when we add text and we add numbers to our sheet. So if we add a number and if we add a text, so let's see by taking example. If I type here word profit, sales, okay, then revenue, like type revenue. So what we see is, so let's write numbers also. Like we write 160, 40, 3, 12. What's the difference here you see is that when we type numbers, they all get right aligned. When we type text, they all get left aligned. What I'm trying to say is, if I type 1 here, it will go to left side, go to right side. It is right aligned. What I'm trying to say is, if I type 1 here, it will get right aligned by pressing enter. And if I write text here, then it will be left aligned. So this is a difference that Excel have while we enter the text or written number. So now moving on, we have autofill function, and this is very useful function present in Excel, and it includes two types, like saving. Firstly, we can save time by using autofill sequences, but the second thing we have is how can we add our own list to autofill, that how can we make a custom list in the Excel. So that are we going to learn here now. So here in Excel, we have some default lists that are present in Excel. Like there are different sequences that are already present in Excel, and we can just use them. Like if we choose numbers, then 1, if I type 2, and Excel got to know that I want a series. So what it can do is, just by dragging it, we get a number, we get a series. Like if we type a month name and we type here Jan, Excel know key that we want to write the names of the month. So just by dragging, Excel will show us the names. Similarly, we can do anything with that. Like if we want weekdays, then Monday, we have Monday. Excel knows that we want to write weekdays. So just by dragging, it will give us all the names. It will repeat itself after the completion, like after Jan to December. It again started from beginning. So this is how this works. Now next we have, this also works on formulas. Like I will be showing you that how can you just by dragging the formula, it autofills the same thing in the next place. And if I just press Alt equal, we get the sum here. Now, instead of doing in each column, what we can do is, so just by dragging it, we get the same thing. The sum formula is auto applied. You can see here above, formula is. So the sum formula is auto applied by just dragging. And this is a use of autofill function available in the Excel that makes our work so easy. Here we can use any kind of formula, anything, or any default list that is present. So now the thing that comes to our mind is that if we want to add our own custom list, so then what should we do? Like if we want to add our own custom list, like if you are working in a company and there are 6 to 7 people in a team and you regularly write their names. So instead of regularly writing their names again and again, we can create a custom list for them. Just so we will learn that, and here is the name that we want. So what we will do is we will go to file option here above, and then we will go to the last option, that is the options itself. And here in the advanced section, we will move down, and here we get option edit custom list. We will click on this. You can see we have the list that we have here. Is we can see that there are some default options that are present here. But if we want to add a new list, just click here on the add. Instead of entering the data, we can just import it. Means we can just select the range that we want and click enter and press import and click on OK. Click on OK. So now what we will be seeing is just by pressing Darshan here. So just by typing Darshan here, we can see just by dragging down, I will get all the names. So in this way, you can create any kind of list that you want. So this is a very good technique that we can use. That is we call as autofill, and it makes our work so easy to work. So yeah, this was about the autofill function. So now we have working with dates and times. In Excel is very popular working in with days and times. It does calculations. It knows that what's the time going on. It knows what the date is today. So it's a very great thing that we are learning in the Excel here. So here in the cell C3, we have a date written 12th of October 2020. And this is the date format that is in the Excel. So now if we want to write with slashes, like we have written here with the dashes, what if we write using slashes, if I write the same date using slash, and I will be writing like 12 /10 /2020. So I get the same display. So anytime you use a slash or a dash, Excel converts it into a dash. That is the date format that is saved in the Excel. And if you notice that the date format, when we write the date got shifted to the right side, means the dates are right aligned. Now if we type a date like 31st of February, which is not a date, let's type that 31st to 2020, and we will see that it does not shift to the right. So what do we mean that it is not a date? Excel knows that it is not a date, and these are simple characters that we have entered in the Excel sheet. Now if I change this to 28, it will get right aligned. Means it is the date and it is in the date format. So yeah, these are the values, and we can use any kind of formula. Like if we want 100 days after date of 12th of October 2020, then I can simply write equals to cell C4, cell C3 plus 100, and that means the 100 days, and press enter. We will get a date that is 100 days after the 12th of October 2020.
So similarly, if we can do anything, any kind of formula, if we want 50 days less than the 12th of the October 2020, then just by referring this cell and subtracting 50, we will get the answer, like is equals to cell C4 minus 50, and we will get the answer. That means the date, that is 50 days before the 12th of October 2020. So we can apply the formulas in the dates, like we can find the dates after 100 days, after 200 days, or we can subtract two dates. So now let's come to time. If I write a simple time here, 16 colon 43, this means that 443, but it is 1643, that is in the 24 hours format. Now, similarly, we can type time in this way, and the other way of representing the time is just by typing the 4 semicolon 43 and just type P for PM and A for AM, and you will get the format in which the time is written, means the exact format in which the Excel records time. So yeah, this was about the dates and time. And further videos, we will be seeing more formulas related to time and date. So we have learned that how to write text and numbers, what it is different that is created writing the text and numbers. And we have learned that how to use autofill and how to save time with autofill, and how to create your own custom list for the autofill option that makes our work easy. And we have learned that how to work with dates and time. What is date, how the date format is, time format. So that's all for this video, and we'll see you in the next video. So hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the basic mathematical operators like plus, minus, divide and all. So here we will be learning how to build basic formulas in Excel, how to write a formula like using plus, minus, and each and every formula in the Excel begins with equals to. That also we are going to learn. So yeah, let's begin. For many Excel users, writing formula is one of the most common thing that we do. So many times these formulas are so simple, but at times they are also complex. So we will learn each and every kind of formula, how to execute the formula. So here in this sheet, we want to calculate the profit. We want to subtract overhead cost from the sales 2021, and we want the answers here. So by just viewing it, we can say that the answer is 100. 240 minus 140, we all know that is 100. It's simple, but what if we want more complex calculations? So any formula in Excel begins with is equals to sign. We will just press is equals to here. We have two ways of doing this calculation. We can directly write P2 minus B3. And here we get is the 100. That is our answer. So the second way is just by pressing equals to sign. Click on this cell, click on minus, and click on the cell below this. That is the B3 cell. And just press enter. We will get the answer 100. So here we are going to use the second method, and that is the most efficient method that we can use in the large set of data. So we will just press is equals to, not here. We will just press is equals to here. We will click on the cell that we want, and then click plus from the keyboard. Click on this cell, click plus, click on this cell, click plus, click on this cell, press plus, and click on this cell, and press enter. Here we get is the answer. So there is one more method also. Do the same calculation. Do the same calculation with just in one click, and I know you all are excited to see that. So what is that? Just you will get the answers in just one click. So if I want the answer here, instead of using this formula, what I can do is select the cells, go here above, click on auto sum button, and here we get the answer. So it is the most easy method of doing any calculation using this, means doing any sum. So now what if we want the same thing to be here? If I want to subtract, if I want to subtract these things and want to get. So now if I want the same thing here in the cells, these cells, now I have to subtract them. I will not type formula again and again. So what we can do is just click here in the right side corner and just drag it. Just drag it till where you want, and you will see the magic. So these are the subtractions that the Excel did by itself. Here if we check the formula, here in the formula bar, we have C2 minus C3, and that is that we want. So Similarly, we can, now let's see what is the average. So average is basically the sum of total upon the total number of observations, right? So the sum of total is here in the cell G2 and total number of observations are 5. So we will type is equals to, we will give the cell, and instead of using divide sign, we use slash in Excel and slash. We want to divide these items. We have 5 items. I type 5 and I get the answer. That is the 404 is the average of these numbers. So now just by dragging it down, we will get the answers. Similarly with this, clicking here and dragging it down, we will get the answer. So yeah, this is how we can use the simple formulas. This is how we can use the simple mathematical operators in the Excel. So yes, if one more thing, that if you change any number, you will see that the formulas also change. If I change 240 here, you will see a change in these sheets. In these numbers, you will see a change. So let's do it. If I just type it as 180 and see a change, you will see change this. It changed to 40. This was 2020, it changed to 1960, and this sum also got changed. The average is changed from 404 to 392. So if you change any number like 332, 320, you will see a change. So this is how Excel works with formulas. So yeah, that's all for this video, and we'll see you in the next video. So hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the cell referencing, that what is cell referencing. So in this video we will be learning about the relative versus absolute cell references. What's the difference between both of them? So here in this video we are all going to learn that what does this what I've written means. So if I tell you one by one, we will go through this in the full explanation, but let's discuss it in a brief. So this is simply as A1, but in technical terms it is relative A, relative 1. The second one is $A, $1, but it is absolute A and absolute 1. This is relative A and absolute 1. This $A1 means absolute A and relative 1. So here we have some data here, and let's multiply the cells. Multiply the cells is equals to this cell into this cell. Here we get the answer 10. 10 into 1, 10. Now we will drag it here. If we see here is A3 into B3, right? Let's drag it here. So by dragging it down, we get the results. That is the multiplication of these. If I just see this, it is A4 into B4. This is A5 into B5. Means the cell is changing the referencing according to the row. In row A3, it was A3. In the row A4, it is A4. And in the row A5, in the row 5, it is A5. So the formula is changing according to the row. So as we move down, we can just see that relative references have changed. Relative references have moved down. So this is the relative A, relative 1. So now we have this data in 20, 30, 24 till 12, and we will be doing $A, $1, that is absolute A and absolute 1. We will be learning that by using that in this case, and we have a 3, the constant 3. We have to multiply each number by 3. So we will be writing the same formula, that is equals to A3 into the cell F2, this cell. But when I am selecting the cell F2, I will be pressing the F4 key, and here we get it converted into the dollar sign. So now just pressing enter, we get the answer, that is the 30. Now just by double clicking it, we will be getting all the numbers till the down. And so now we will click on cell B4. You can see the reference of cell F4. As I move down in a line with a copy in the formula down, so instead of calculating on 3, it's now calculating on 4. That is the cell A4. Similarly, it is calculating on F5, means the cell B5. And here we have cell A5, and the same thing, the $F and $2. The same thing is with this cell, that is B9, and here we have A9 multiplied by cell $F, $2. By putting dollar, that means we are fixing that cell reference. That is the row 2 and the column F. So now, if we drag it to the right side, and the same numbers will appear, some numbers will appear according to the formula, and then we will drag it to the downside. So yeah, here we are. We have so different kind of numbers here available, and
If we just click on any cell, we will see that what's the formula. So let's click on this cell. And here we get as the D8 into $F$. That means row 2 and the column F is fixed. So in this, it is relative D8 multiplied by absolute F and absolute 2. And if we click on in any of the cell, here we will get the formula like this only, like D5, relative D5 into absolute F, absolute 2. So this is used as a reference if we have to keep any cell as a reference and multiply each cell by that. So, and this is also will be used in further in many formulas. We will be using this absolute cell references. So now we have absolute A and relative 1. We will be just simply multiplying the data we have, that is simply B3 into A3. And we will just press F4 once. And by pressing F4, we get $2 times. We will once again press F4 key in the keyboard and we will get this. And again we press dollar key and we get our answer, that is $A3. And by pressing enter, we get the answer is 50, and by double clicking, we are getting it here. So now if we see that each cell reference has changed, like B6, B7 according to the row that we are moving. So now if we simply drag it to the right and drag it to the left downside, we will see some numbers, and if we click on any number, we will see the difference that is created. Now it is simply relative C, relative 6 and absolute A6. That means column A and the row is, column A is fixed but the row is not. If we click here, then the column A is fixed but the row is not. Row is changed to 7. Means relative 7, absolute A, relative 7. Relatives can be changed, but absolute we fixed it. Same thing is with this. If we click here, then relative 8 D, relative 8, but absolute A, relative D. So 8 is changing because it is relative, but A is not changing because it is absolute. Absolute A column. We have fixed the A column. So yes, this was about absolute A, relative 1. So now we will be learning about relative A and absolute 1. We have this set of data that contains 10, 30, 24, till 12 and 2, 4, 8, and we have to multiply this. We will just use a simple formula is equals to A4 multiply by cell A3. So now we will press the F4 key once from our keyboard and we will get absolute A, absolute 3. Press F4 again and we get the answer, that is A, absolute 3, and that's our format. So, and then just press enter, we get answer as 20. Now we will drag it to the right side. And yes, let's drag it to the down also. So we will drag it to down and we will get some range of numbers. And if we click on any number, we will see that it is relative A, relative 5, that is A5 cell into A, relative A, absolute 3. Absolute 3 means that the row is 3. The row will remain 3 in any of the case. We can see A also. Absolute 3 means the answer is multiplied. Answer we is getting is multiplied by the row 3. So it is D6 multiplied by the row 3 in the D column. So here we can absolute the row. We can fix the row that we want and the column will change accordingly. So we will be using all these in further, and these all are very useful in building up formulas and making them work properly. So yeah, that's all for this video and we'll see you in the next video. So hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the basic functions in Excel that we mostly use. So in the further video we will be learning about what are the functions that we use, basically the functions, what are the basic functions that we use in Excel. So the basic functions that we use in Excel, the first basic function is the sum function. Then we have min function, maximum function, the average function and the count functions. So what is the sum function? The sum function add values. You can add individual values, cell references, or ranges, or a mix of all the three. So now we are going to do the sum function here, and we will be seeing that there are 3 ways of doing the sum in an Excel. So the first method is pressing is equals to. As we all know that for doing any kind of calculations, any kind of formulas, we have to use equal to sign. So we have to put equals to, write sum here, bracket, and just scroll the area that way is your number is that you want to add, and close the bracket and just enter. So this is the answer. This is the answer, and that is the sum you get. And here also you can check either in the middle, that sum is 4345, and here also we get the same sum, so that is 4345. Now the other method of doing the sum is, the first method is this, the other method is just click here and press Alt equal, and here we get the already automatic formula, and by just pressing enter we get the same answer, that is 4345. Now we have seen both the methods. Now let's come to the third method, in which we will get the sum in just one click. And just click here, go here in the above and click on auto sum and press enter, and here we are, get the answer. So there are three ways that we learn that how to use sum function in an Excel and how to get the sum of digits in an Excel. There are three different ways we have learned. So yeah, and yes, one more thing, just by dragging it, so yes, it is working fine. The minimum and the max function. The minimum function returns the smallest value of the selected column, and the max function returns the largest value of the selected column. You are going to learn about the minimum function and the maximum function, what are the uses, how they work. So here's a set of data. Let's say this is in quantity, and we need to find that what is the minimum quantity sold and what is the maximum quantity sold. How we can find is if there is a large number of data, it is here small data, and we can easily find out. But if we have large set of data, for that we have two functions, that is the minimum function and the maximum function. So I will be applying the minimum function first. So we will type is equals to, just type min, and we have to select the range in which we have to find the minimum number. So I will select this range, close the bracket and click OK. So 3 is the minimum number that we have in this, and you can just easily see that 3 is the minimum number that we have. So similarly, we can use the maximum function, and we can just type is equals to max, and we can select the same range that we have selected and just click OK. Okay, so yes, we have 10 here. So the maximum number that we have in a set of data is 10. So this way we can easily find that what is the minimum number and what is the maximum number that we have in a sheet. So these are very useful formulas that large corporate use to find the minimum salaries, the maximum salaries, the minimum amount sold, the minimum quantity sold, the maximum quantity sold. So the count function counts the number of cells that contains numbers and counts numbers within the list of arguments. So now we are going to learn about the count functions. We have two in that. That one is count function, the other is count a function. So we will be seeing them one by one. So let's start, and I will be just pressing equals to count and count function. First we will be looking at that. So it counts the number of cells that contains a number in a range. It counts a cell that contains a number in a cell. Like if I select this range, or let's select the whole column B, it will give us a number that contains some number. It gives the number of cells that have the numbers in them. So if we'll just close the bracket and press OK. So we can see that we get 22. And if we see here, we have 22 rows. So yeah, 23 is because one row is occupied by this. So we have 22 items here. And that is the same thing that is the count function is providing us. If I just type here 11, it directly changes to 23. So this is the benefit of selecting the whole row, because if we add any number, it will directly change that. So yes, now let's see the count a function, the other function, that is equals to count a function. It counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. So yes, if we select this range, like if we select this range here and just press enter, we'll get 23. So there are 23 cells that contains text in it or something in it, means they are not empty. So if I just clear one thing here, like if let's select this range and press delete, we get 15 rows, because the number of rows that are subtracted are these, and these does not contain any kind of data in them. So the count a function is you to find the blanks, or to find the blanks where the data is not here, to find the blanks in the large set of data that where it is a blank, and how many blanks are there, how many cells are there in which there is no data. And count function is used to calculate the number of cells which contains the number in them. So yeah, this was for the count function and the count a function. The average function. The average is the arithmetic mean. and is calculated by adding the group of numbers and dividing the count of those numbers. That is basically the sum of all observations upon the total number of observations. So now we will see that how to calculate the averages in the Excel. Now we will calculate the average in the Excel, and for that we will just, what is an average? You all must know that average is just the sum of all observations upon the total number of observations. So we will type here is equals to sum. We will use the sum formula here in averages. We will select this range, close the bracket, press enter. We get this is the sum, but this is not the average. For average, we have to divide it by the number of observations. For that, we will just type the slash sign. We will just type the number of cells here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 cells here. We'll just type 6 and press enter. And this is the average of these. This is the average of all these numbers. This is 3716.667. And similarly, if you find the average of these numbers, we can just directly drag it instead of typing the whole formula again. So yeah, this is the averages. That is the sum divided by the total number of observations we have. So these are the basic formulas that we have discussed here in this video. That is the sum function, the counter functions, the max function, the minimum function, and the averages. We will see more complex formulas in the further videos. So yeah, that's all for this video, and we'll see you in the next video. So hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about how to adjust Excel worksheet. Worksheet is the place where we all work, that is the giant grid of rows and columns, and how to adjust it according to our needs. How to work on that we are going to learn in this video. So what we are going to learn is copying data. Sometimes we need to move and copy data to another sheet or something, and how to insert and delete rows and columns. Like sometimes we have large set of data and we want to insert a row in between. How to insert that? Adjusting the width and height of cells. Hiding and unhiding Excel rows. Sometimes we need to hide some data, and how can we do that? In this video we are going to learn about that. So here we will be firstly learning that how to move and copy data. It's very necessary, and it becomes our need that we have to move and copy data sometime. So we will be learning that how to move and copy data. So let's copy the company names. So just select the area, right click the mouse button. Here you get so many options, and above to our cut and copy. Just click on copy. So now here we can now paste it here, and just pressing Ctrl V, or by right clicking and clicking on paste, we'll press Ctrl V, and here we get our data. The same thing we want here also. So let's see how to cut the data. It is like how can we copy the data. In cut, you can just right click and select the cut option and paste where you want to paste, but there's one more option present in the cut. Just click on the boundary and you get a 4-sided arrow. Just double click here and go to cell, any cell that you want to paste this data. I will paste it here, and the data is cut from the cell and is pasted here. So this is a very efficient way of using cut and paste options, and these are very useful also. We need these options many times, and these are little easy to understand also. There's no big deal in this. I think most of us knows that how to do copy and paste. So yeah, we'll be seeing that how to insert and delete rows and columns. Like we have to add an entry here, but we have a data here, already present data, but we want a row here empty so that we can enter another data that we have to enter in between. We will just right click here, we'll go in insert, and just a no row is added. Similarly, we can add as many rows as we want. Like there's a data, and you are maintaining a proper data system in which dates are there, and there's one entry that is left in the previous date, so you can just insert a row and just type the entry. We can also delete the same things. We can also delete the rows by just selecting them, right click, click on delete, and all the rows are deleted. So we can see that these are easy things, but these are very basic things that each Excel user should know. And to become perfect in Excel, you must know all these things that are very basic. So the next thing that also used is to resize the things. Like if I add a big number here, like if I add a big word here, and then this, it is going in the F column also. So what you can do is just click here above, double click, and extend it till where you want. You can increase the size of the column, you can decrease the size of the column. Similarly with row, you can increase the size of the row and decrease the size of the row. So it is very useful also, like we have such big data sometimes and we use them. So it is very useful in that case. There's something called auto resize in Excel also. For that, just select the whole area, select the whole worksheet by just clicking here in the triangle. Click anywhere between two columns. I will just click here and the cells will resize it according to the data it have. So yeah, this is mostly used function. It is very easy though, but it is most used because sometimes we have to enter short data, sometimes we have to enter big data. This is very useful function. So the next thing that we have is hiding and unhiding rows and columns. Sometimes we don't want to show our data to someone and we have to hide rows and columns. So how can we hide rows and columns? If I want to hide the amount column, I don't want to show it to anyone who is watching this worksheet. So what I can do is just right click here in the above. We have two options, hide and unhide. Just click on hide here and the cell is hidden. So, but now if you want to unhide also, so just click here in between. We got an option called unhide and just unhide the cell. So this is a very simple process. We can also hide rows and hide rows. Here we're getting the option. So you can just unhide and hide it yourself, the row that you want and the data that you don't want to show it to others. So in this video, we have learned about how to move data and copy data, how to insert rows, how to adjust widths like this, hide widths, columns, and we have learned that how to hide the columns and rows. So yeah, that's all for this video and we'll see you in the next video. Hi guys, in this video we're going to learn about how to add protection to sheets. Sometimes we need to protect our cells, sometimes we need to protect our sheets from someone if we are sharing our sheets and don't want others to have access to it. We will be learning adding protection to specific cells, protecting the structure of workbook, adding workbook a password to open a file. We need a password to open a workbook. And so what is basically the protection sheet is to prevent other users from accidentally or deliberately changing, moving or deleting data in a worksheet. And you can lock the cells on your Excel worksheet and then protect the sheet with a password also. So here we have some data here in the sheet. That is simply the weekdays that we have in this sheet. And we have to protect this sheet. We want that no one can make any kind of changes in this. So what we can do is we can protect the sheet. We can just right click on the sheet that we want to protect. And here we get an option. We will click on protect sheet. Here we can provide any password that we want, any kind of password. I will just press 1, 2, 3, 4 and press OK, 1, 2, 3, 4 and press OK. Now if you see the sheet is protected and you cannot make any kind of changes in this. And if you just click in any of the cell, you will see an error. Like it is showing the cell or chart you are trying to change is on protected sheet. And to change it, you have to change it into unprotected method. And if you click any of the cell, we will get the same error like that. Now, if you right click here, we will see that all the functions, that all the things that we can do with this are disabled. Now, if you want something to be enabled, like if you want that someone who is handling our data can insert the rows in there. So what we can do is, for that, we will just unprotect the sheet once. Password 1, 2, 3, 4 and press OK. Now what we can do is, we will again right click here, click on protect sheet, and here you can select anything that you want to allow the person who is accessing your sheet. You can allow him insert rows, insert columns, and delete columns, delete rows. So we will get these functions there and just press and we'll type password 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, press OK. So yeah, what you will see here, if I click here, we will get the same error, right? We got the same error by clicking any cell, means the sheet is in the protected view. So now if we just right click here, we will get these options, insert, and we can insert a new row here. Other options that we have not enabled are just disabled here also. So we can insert row, delete row, and like that we can do anything. So this is the one method of protecting the sheet. We have 4 methods in Excel to protect the sheet, and the second method is to just go here in the review tab. And you get here option is unprotect sheet and the protect sheet. You can just type password here. It is unprotected now. And you can again protect the sheet again. So it is the one method. This is the second method of protecting the sheets in Excel. The third method that we have in Excel is go to home, go to format. And here we have an option as the protect sheet. And here also the same dialog box appears. Okay, so we can follow any kind of method. Now let's see the fourth method. We'll go to the file option here, click on info, and here we get the protect workbook and unprotect workbook. So we will click here and we get here so many options. So we can just select the protect current sheet and we get the same dialog. So what we see is the dialog box appears as the same every time if we choose any method. But the most efficient method and the most useful method is this, right? Just by right clicking on the sheet, we can protect or unprotect the sheet. So now we will see that how to protect our workbook, like how to protect this whole workbook, whole sheet and everything, how to protect the workbook. And when we open the workbook, we have to enter the password in that. So we will be protecting this first window workbook in Excel. And for that, I will be just going to file option here, go to info, and here we get an option called protect workbook and unprotect workbook. We will select the protect encrypt with password. And here we will type a password that is 123. So here we will type a password that is 123 and press OK. And now let's close the sheet. So now if we again open the Excel and we just open this workbook, it will ask for a password to open. And if we press that password and press enter, we will be having the act. So we can encrypt our workbook with the password so that we have to enter the password to access it. So this is how we can encrypt our workbook with the password. So now we will be looking for another option that is under the review tab. And here we have an option called protect workbook. What it says, if I put my cursor over here, then what it says is keeps others from making structural changes to your workbook, such as moving, deleting, or adding sheets. So I will just click here, protect workbook. It will ask for a password. We will type here 123. So what we'll be seeing is if I just right click here in this cell, and all the options that were enabled earlier are now disabled. And we cannot make any changes, like we cannot insert any sheet, delete, or rename any sheet. So it protects all the sheets in the workbook. We cannot make any kind of changes in the sheet with the sheets. So by doing this, you cannot play with the sheets, right? And you can also see that this plus button is also disabled right now. So now I will just enable the sheet, that is by pressing the password 123 and press OK. And now the sheet are unprotected. And if I just right click again, all the options that were disabled earlier are now enabled. And also we are getting the plus option here. So we can just now we can play with these sheets and we can make changes as per our needs. So now we will be looking for like how to unlock and lock the cells. That is the lock and unlocking of the cells in the Excel. And so now we are going to learn that how to lock and unlock the cells. And if you can see that there's some data written here in the cell A1 to A9, that is basically the weekdays, but we will be seeing the locking and unlocking the cells with this data. Let me tell you that by default, the cells in Excel are locked. How do I find out that? I will just right click here in the cell. We will get our option called format cells. And here we go to protection and here we can see that the cell is locked. We can try it in another cell also. We got to format cells and can see that the cells are locked. So by default, the cells in Excel are locked. So now what are we going to do is now we will just protect the sheet. We will just protect this sheet and we will go to here. We will protect the sheet and we will unselect all the options that we selected earlier. And yes, we will just type the password here. We will type 123 here, press enter, 123 here and press enter. So now the sheet is unlocked, right? We will get this error if we want to click in any of the cell, we will get this error. But what the question here is, what if I want to protect the entire sheet that we have, except these 9 cells? If I want to protect the entire sheet and I don't want to protect these 9 cells here in the Excel, that means that we can edit in these 9 cells, but we cannot edit in the remaining cells. So that the user, if opens the sheet, he will be able to edit these cells, but not any other cell in the Excel. So for that, firstly, let's click here and unprotect the sheet by just typing the password 123 and press enter. And we can see that the cells are unprotected now. Means the whole sheet that we have is now unprotected. So now we want to unprotect these and to protect the entire sheet except all these cells. So now what I'm going to do is I will just select the area that we want to unprotect the cells and just press Ctrl+1 from the keyboard. You will get this dialog box. It is a Ctrl+1 is the shortcut key to get this format cell dialog box here. And here we can see that it is locked. The cells are locked. I will just click here and we will just unlock the cells and press OK. Now we have unlocked these cells, and now what I'm going to do is we will just protect the sheet again by the same method that we applied earlier. And we will type a password here 123 and press OK 123 and press OK. If you try to enter in any other cell, you will get an error. If I try to enter here, you will get an error. But what now if I try to enter here, I can edit. I have the access to edit in these cells except any cell in the Excel. So here I can type anything, like I can edit anything or I can type anything in any cell. We can type anything. But if we click here in the other thing, we will get the same error that the sheet is protected. So what we have seen is that if we have some data and we have to give access like and cells in the sheet. So the next step is the vice versa. And if we want to protect these 10 cells, these 9 cells, and protect the other cells in the Excel sheet, and like if we want to protect specific cells in the Excel, what can we do is you just select the whole sheet, just press Ctrl+1 from your keyboard. You will get this dialog box and all the cells are locked down. Just click here and unlock all the cells and click on OK. Now all the cells in Excel are unlocked. Now the next step is to lock the cells that we want to protect. We want to protect that. We don't want to allow editing access in that cells. We will just right click, or we can just press Ctrl+1 from the keyboard, click on Format Cells, and here just click on Lock. Earlier we have clicked Unlocked on these whole cells, and now we have to lock these cells and in this dialog box and click OK. So now these cells are locked and other cells in the Excel are unlocked. Now we will do the same thing. We will protect the sheet and we will type a password here and just press OK. So now if I click anywhere in this cell, you can see that I have the cursor here, the blinking cursor, and I can write anything that you want, like anything that you want. So, but if I click here in any of these cells, you will get error. You will get an error that the cell or chart you are trying to change is on protected sheet. These cells are protected and we cannot edit these cells. We do not have the access to edit these cells. So this is also very useful when you have to protect some data that is confidential and you don't want any changes to be made in that. And other cells are free to change, but these cells are restricted to any kind of change. So in this video, we have learned that how to protect the sheet, like just by clicking here and click on protect sheet and unprotect sheet. We have seen that how to protect the workbook with the password. We can encrypt the workbook with the password, and we have learned that how to protect the workbook, like it disables all the fields that are available here. These all fields are got disabled, and we have learned that how to protect the cells in Excel, specific cell and other cells, and how to protect that. So hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the cell formatting in Excel. What is cell formatting and how we can format our cells. Cell formatting is just formatting of cells, how to make that attractive and how to make that look great. So we will be learning that. What are we going to learn in this? We will be learning formatting fonts and cell background color. Like we have different kind of font options. We have different kind of cell background colors that we can acquire, that we can add according to our convenience and according to our choices. Adding cell borders, we can add borders to any cell. There are different kind of borders. There are n number of borders available in Excel. We will be learning formatting data appropriately, that how to format the data. We will be using that how to merge cells, which is a very efficient function in Excel. I must say that it is very efficient. It makes our worksheet look cleaner. So we will be learning in all these. So here under Home tab, there's an option called Font, which is here and which includes something called bold, italic, underline, borders, and so many options here. And I've written each and every option here, and I will be showing you that which things works for what and what is the effect of using that. So I've written all these things one by one, and I will be teaching you that how to use different effects one by one. So here we have P written, and it's a shortcut for bold is Control P. When you click on this and you see what's the difference. The text we have written here is getting bold. The text we wrote here got bold. So I also told you that there is an option called Control P shortcut we have there in the keyboard, and if I select this and press Control P from my keyboard, I will see the difference. If I press again Control D, I will again get. Now let's come to italic. Here is the option I. It is italic. Control plus I is the shortcut. If I click on it, see the difference. There's got a tilt in the text. Here it's the tilt in the text, and this is the italic function. If I deselect it, you see that tilt is not there now. So this is the italic function that we use in Excel. The third one is the underline function, and the shortcut key is the Control plus U. And we will just press Control U from our keyboard, and we see the difference that, and we will see the difference. The line is there below the X. The fourth thing that we have is the border. And if we see here, then we have a drop down list, and there are so many kinds of borders that we have is bottom border, top border, left border, right border, like any kind of border that we want. There's so many borders. Let's select this borders outside. You can see that there is a border in the boundary, and this is the border that we use. Like it is for single set. We have to use it for multiple set. We can just select here, over here, and select any border. Now here. Now we will select all borders, and we'll see that all the cells got border. And you can just click on no borders if you don't want any border. So, yeah. Background color. Background color is this fill option, and here's the drop down list, and you can select any color that you want. So I'm selecting this color. It makes our data look a little attractive. And then we have font color. Font color is just here. Click on drop down. This color of the font changes. If you don't want to change the background, you can change the font color. And it's a green color font we have. This is the use of the font color. And the font size we have. We can increase the size just by pressing this, and decrease the size just by pressing the key down arrow. You can also do this by selecting the size that we want manually in the drop down list by clicking at the drop down list, and let's select it at 60. You can see the difference, the font size. So now we have the font style here, and there are 10 number of font styles we have in Excel. We can select any font style that we want. Let's select this. You see that the font style has changed. For the basics, these all were the things that were present in the font option here in the home tab. So now if you see there is a little arrow here in the top, and if you click over it, you will see a shortcut as Control Shift F. It is a font setting dialog box will appear. If we just press Control Shift F from our keyboard, you get a small dialog box here. It includes number that we are going to learn in for the video. Then we have alignment. Then we have found what we have just learned here. So here we can change the style, font style, the bold, italic, we can change the size, and we can do many things here. We have a border option here that we have learned here. We have a fill option that also we have learned here, and the protection of the sheets that I think you might have watched the previous video in which I have taught you that what is the protection of the sheets and all. So this is a very useful thing that Excel provides to us, having a lot of information and a lot of functions. Let's move to alignment. We have completed the font. Now we are at alignment, and here we see different kind of buttons available here, and they all perform different functions. So now we will see firstly merge and center option. What merge and center do is it's combine the cell and make it into a larger new cell. Like I combine all the cell and make it into a single cell. Now if I text type here is, let's type here first vendor and just press enter. What you see is text is in the middle, right? First of all the text, all the cells got merged, and it is now a single cell. So yeah, and now if you see here, we have 6 options here, right? The top 3 works in the horizontal way and the bottom 3 works in the vertical way. We're going to learn that how they work. Like if I click on the first option here, the text got to the top side. If I click on the second, it got to the bottom side, it got to the middle side, and if I click on the third, it gets to the bottom side. So these are used for switching the text between the top, middle, and the bottom. Now, what does these 3 options does is, if I click on the first side, it will align the text to the left side, it align the text to the middle, it align the text to the right side, the third option. Now, if you want that our text should be at up and should be left aligned, we'll click here, and that text is at the top side and then the left aligned. So here we can work with all the 6 options that according to our text that we want. Now, other option that we have is if you want to tilt, if you want to add text into having an angle or having some directions or orientation, that if you want to rotate our text, we could just click here and we can select, we have different options, we can select any. So let's select the rotate text up. it will rotate the text to the upside. So now also if we want to just go back, we will click on the same thing and we will be back to normal. So this was the role played by the Merge and Center, and we use Merge and Center to write big data. So yeah, let's unmerge the cells and we'll see the wrap text option that we left. Now the wrap text option is we have here is, if I type a big word here, like if I type academy and press enter. Now what can we see here is the text that we have in the cell L3 is going to the cell M3. It is not going to cell M3. Cell M3 is empty, right? But the text is so big that it is stretching out. But the text we have is so big that is going out from a column L. So what we can do is, here what comes with the solution is the wrap text. So now, what if I click on the wrap text, it will not change the column size, but it will change the row size and will help us entering the data in the single cell. So now if I click on this wrap text, now what we will see is the column height is not changed, but the row height got changed. The row size increased and the column is constant. Column size is constant. So what it helps us is to present the data in the single cell easily. So we have to use this function many times, like we have large data, large numbers, and we have to use wrap. So this function is very useful when we have large words and there are so many words in a single cell, then we can use the wrap text option to show them in a good way. And yes, this was about the alignment. So now we will be learning that what is the formats in number that we have in Excel, and we will be seeing that what are the different things that we can do with the numbers in Excel. So let's type some little numbers here. So we have written 10, 20, and we will just drag the numbers like this, and we will see that. So by just dragging it, we will get a set of numbers that are, so yes, we get a different set of numbers here. And what we're going to do is, we will just try the number formats here. And if I see here, then it converts the number into the currency. We can convert it into any currency, like United States, we get a dollar sign. Here by just clicking on this little arrow, we get a list, and here we can select anything. Here it is used for the currencies. It is for the currencies. The second option we have here is for the percentages, and it gives us the percentages. Like it converts the number into the percentages. So it is used to calculate the percentages most of the times that we get in other format, and we have to convert that number into the percentages. So we can just click here and we get the percentages. And this is the arrow. Why this arrow is there, it converts it into a 2 decimal place. And now if we want to convert it into a 3 decimal places, we can just click on the number format here in that little arrow, and we get here in the number option, and the number section we get 2 decimal places, 3, 4, 5. We can increase decimal places as much as we want, and we will see that we get 6 decimal places. And we can decrease and increase decimal places by just clicking these 2 little options. So yes. Now the third thing that we have is, we have this number here. Okay, so we have different things that we can do with this is, we can convert it into a currency in accounting, convert into accounting, and percentages, fraction, scientific. Now we have let's take an example of a date. We have today date 27/10/2022. We have it in date format, right? If we want just a long date, we can just click here. It's a number format that we can do with any. If we want short date, we can click here. And yes, so it is like we can play with the numbers here in the Excel, and so many options that are available in the Excel, that you have number formats, you have font, alignment, number. This was short dialog box that is open after pressing Ctrl Shift F. We get here numbers that we have learned here. We get alignment that we have saw here. We have font that we saw here in the first part, and we have borders that we saw here that we can type. We can use any kind of borders here in the Excel. We can use fill that we have used here in this option, and protection. This is used for protecting the sheets in Excel, and I made a separate video on this. I think you must have watched it earlier. So in this video, we have learned many things. So that's all for this video, and we'll see you in the next video. So hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the conditional formatting, that what is conditional formatting and what is the difference in between the simple formatting and the conditional formatting. It's just like in conditional formatting we get some defined criteria on which we have to work, but in simple formatting we can do the formatting without any specific criteria. So what is conditional formatting? A conditional format changes the appearance of cell on the basis of the conditions that you specify. So according to our conditions, we format the cells and the data that we have. If the conditions are true, the cell range is formatted. If the conditions are false, the cell range is not formatted, right? Now, conditional formatting of monthly record high temperature data of various locations for which colors that correspond to value in an intuitive way. It is like these are the color scales. As the value is increasing, the color is changing from the green to red. So this is also included in the conditional formatting, and we all called it as color scales. Hotter values are more orange or red, while color values are more yellow and green. Conditional formatting that uses cell background colors to highlight different product categories. We can color the cells like this. We can add icons like this. We can add data bars like this. So we can add it in a very good way and in a very attractive way by using conditional formatting. Here we are going to learn the conditional formatting in this set of data. If you can see on my screen, there is a set of data which contains name, dates, region, item source, and numbers. And this is the this is the sample data that I've created so that we can see that what is conditional formatting, how to use that. And if we talk that what is conditional formatting in general is just having conditions while formatting. We have certain conditions while formatting the set of data, and here we will be learning that. So if we see here, then we have this conditional formatting in the home tab option under ribbon, and this is conditional formatting. Here we have so much of things. Here is the menu that we have under the conditional formatting. So we will be starting with the first, that is highlight cell rules. Under this, what is going to happen is we have so many options, and just we will select the numbers. We will select this region, that is these numbers. We'll go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules. We have to select the numbers that are greater than, and if we just click here, we get a little pop-up dialog box. Here we can enter any data that we want. If we want the numbers that are greater than 40, I will just type 40 here. And we can do any kind of custom format here. You can go to custom format and select the format that we want. So it's upon you that which format that you want. We will select this color only. Okay. So we get all the cells highlighted that are greater than the 40. Now if we have to change this cell, and what we will do is just type 30 here, which is not more than 40. So the color must change, right? If I just press enter, the color is changed. So now it highlights all the cells that are greater than 40. If I change this number 10 to 90, it must change, right? It will change. So yeah, it highlights all the cells that are greater than 40 as per our condition. So before further moving, we will just remove the conditional formatting. We will just select the cells that have conditional formatting. Go to here, go to conditional formatting, go to clear rules, and clear rules from the entire sheet. So all the rules that are applied here are removed for the time. So we will see that what are the other things that we have. We have greater than, less than, that we all have learned that how can we do work with them. So now we can go with the text that contains, and for that we need a text. These are the text, and we will go to conditional formatting, text that contains. Now we can see that we want the formatting in the cells that contains the computer. We got mobile by default, but we want to format the cells that have written computer. All the cells that are having computer within them, means computer word within them, they're highlighted. Now if I change this word, sticker word, computer, you see the differences. It is cell highlight. Means if we can make n number of changes, and all the changes will work if we have used conditional formatting. It works dynamically. Now we have learned that text that contains. Now we will see that the date occurring. So these are the dates. These are in the number format. But in the previous video, I told you that how to convert them. Go to Home tab. Here we have the number format, and go to here drop down menu and select the date, short date. So we get the format into the dates. So now we have these dates here, and we will just select the dates here. Go to conditional formatting, go to highlight cell rules, a date occurring. And here we can select any format that we want in last 7 days, last week, this week, next week, last month, this month, next month. We will select the last month, right? Okay. So all the dates here, which we have written, is of the last month. Now if I made a little change here and make it to the 2, that is the Feb, it is of this month. This is the second month. And here the formatting is not allowed. Means here we have not applied the formatting, so it is removed here. And similarly, if I make it any other number like 4, it means it is also the date, not of last month. So the formatting is removed from this cell, or either we can say that formatting will not work on this cell. So we'll just clear the rules, clear rules from entire sheet or from selected cells. So now we have learned about highlighting cell rules greater than, less than and all. Now we will be learning about the top and bottom rules. So we will select these numbers here first and we will go to conditional formatting, top and bottom rules. So here we have so many options. We can select top 10 items, top 10% item, bottom 10 item, bottom 10% item. So I will select the top 10 items. Here by default we get an option of the top 10 items, but we can change it according to our needs. So I will do it to top 2 items and yes, press OK. So these are the top 2 items on the whole set of data on which we are using conditional formatting. If I change it to 30 to 130, it will be included in the top 2. So it will always tell that which 2 cells are the top 2 cells in this data and which are the highest value cells. So if I here do 190 and press enter, so yeah, these 2 items are now the top 2 items. So like this way, the top and bottom rules work. Similarly, the top 10% items, bottom 10% items. So we have bottom 10 items, bottom 10% items, above average and below average, yes. So what it will do is, it will calculate the average of all of these numbers and will show us the numbers that are above the average and what are below the average. So we can select anything that is suitable for us, that we need in our work. Let's clear this from the entire sheet, yes. So we have learned about the highlight cell rules. We have learned about the top and bottom rules. Now we have data bar. So now we have learned about highlighting cell rules greater than, less than and all. Now we will be learning about the top and bottom rules. So we will select these numbers here first and we'll go to conditional formatting, top and bottom rules. So here we have so many options. We can select top 10 items, top 10% item, bottom 10 item, bottom 10% item. So I will select the top 10 items. Here by default we get an option of the top 10 items, but we can change it according to our needs. So I will do it to top 2 items and yes, press OK. So these are the top 2 items in the whole set of data that we are on the whole set of data on which we are using conditional formatting. If I change it to 30 to 130, it will be included in the top 2. So it will always tell that which 2 cells are the top 2 cells in this data and which are the highest value cells. So if I here do 190 and press enter, so yeah, these 2 items are now the top 2 items. So like this way, the top and bottom rules work. Similarly, the top 10% items, bottom 10% items, and we can do much more with like, so we have bottom 10 items, bottom 10% items, above average and below average, yes. So what it will do is, it will calculate the average of all of these numbers and will show us the numbers that are above the average and what are below the average. So we can select anything that is suitable for us, that we need in our work. Let's clear this from the entire sheet, yes. So we have learned about the highlight cell rules. We have learned about the top and bottom rules. Now we have data bars here. So now we have a set of numbers here. I've written the same set of numbers that is intentionally, and I will be showing you that why I've written the same set of data so many times, and we will be learning the data bars, the color scale through these numbers. And so yeah, just select the numbers and go to conditional formatting, go to data bars, and here we can choose any color that we want according to our wish. So let's select the blue one here, and here also the same thing we can do is by selecting data bar, then we can select any, that is the solid fill, that was a gradient fill. So it depends on you that which color you like, and it's just a appearance. And what is the matter of learning is that if I change the value here, like we have 40 here, now what you understand by seeing this data is auto-generated bars, data bars. The data bars are auto-generated in the column itself according to the highest value, then it is decreasing and it is to the lowest value. So what if I change this number? Let's change this number to 90. You will see that the bar graph changes, right? So what you notice is the data bar inside the cell changes. Similarly, if I make any changes here, like if I make 70 here, so data bar changes. The data bar in the cell changes. Now we will see that what are color scales. Go to color scales. You can select any color scale as we want. So let's select this color, or
We can select this. So as the number is increasing, a color is changing from red to green. First it is red, then light red, then little white, green, dark green. So it is moving. As the number is increasing, the color is changing. So these are color bars that we have. Next we have is icon sets, and we will be learning that. Click on icon sets. We have different n number of icon sets present here, and we can select any icon set. If I select this, 3 arrows. If I select 3 arrows of this, like, and if I change their number, for the lower 3 number, it is down arrow. Above 3, it is above arrow. And the middle 4 numbers are the middle arrows. Now, if I change any number here, like if I make it 50, let's see that what is. So it's a moderate. It's a middle number, and it includes the yellow arrow. So how arrow works and helps us to make our data more representable. Select the data, go to conditional formatting. Icon sets, they are the arrows that we can use that it is decreasing, like for a small number such as decreasing, then moderate, then increasing. If we change a number, arrow is also changed. Accordingly, like the how we format the data, it is accordingly good. So there are numerous kind of ways to format the data as according to show that different icon sets. So to conditional formatting icon sets, we have different icon sets like arrows, circles, traffic lights, signals. So we will be using that signals. So in this case, and yes, we are here. So like we have little signals and less number. It keeps on increasing as the number increases. So we have learned that the different types of conditional formatting that we can use, and give the conditions while formatting, that color these cells, highlight these cells, give icon set. We can make differentiations by giving icon sets here. So
yes, now moving on, we have this data and we will be using the advanced conditional formatting. Until now, we have used this basic conditional formatting, but now, as moving on further, we have to see that what is advanced conditional formatting and what are the things that we can do with conditional formatting in Excel. So just click here in conditional formatting, go to new rule, and here you see so many items, so many things, so many lists that are available, and we will be seeing each and every one of them one by one. So yes, let's start with formulas. Format cells that contain. So here we can write any value. We can write specific text, dates, no blanks, errors, and no errors. Let's go for specific text here as an example. You can go for anything that you want. Specific text containing. Like I want to format the cells that contains R in them, letter R, and format the cells. Here we can add borders and fill. Let's select the color gray and press OK. Press OK. All the cells that have R in them will get highlighted. Means will get formatted. This is how we have. So this is how we have seen that how we can give any cell reference, any specific text that we want to highlight. So now what we have to do is go to conditional formatting, go to clear rules, and clear rules from the entire sheet. Now again we will. So now let's select this area. We will go to conditional formatting, numbers, and new rule. Here we have format cells. Format only top or bottom ranked values. So if we can here select top or bottom anything, and top one value, and we will select any format. Now we will just press OK and press OK here. So we will see that the top one value is 190 and it's highlighted, it's formatted. So here's how we can use the cell conditional formatting in this way. Let's clear the rules and again go to conditional formatting, new rule. And here we have format only values that are above or below the average, right? For this, we have to select the numbers. We will select the numbers. Again, go to conditional formatting, new rule, format only values that are above or below the average. Here we can select above or below the average, standard deviation above, standard deviation below. So you can select any of these, and I'm selecting above the average, and let's select, give it the format of light blue color. Press OK. Press OK. And you will see the values. These are the values that are above the average of all these cells. These are the values that are above the average of all these cells, and we can do this from the advanced filter options. And we can do this. So just clearing rules, and the next we have is, let's see what we have next is format unique or duplicate values. Unique, and in if we have to find that what are the duplicate values which are the duplicate values and which are the unique values in the table. So how can we select that? Just by clicking here, format only unique or duplicate values. We can click on duplicate and select format, give it a any color, press OK, press OK. So all these cells which are highlighted are the duplicate values in the cell, means are the duplicate values in a whole table. All these are there in the table more than once. So these are the duplicate values which are highlighted. So let's clear this also. And now we are going to see the most important thing here, that is this new formatting rule. Here we can add any kind of formula. We can use any formula to format our cells. So this is the most effective function or a feature that Excel provides. You can write any function here and you can format it according to the function you applied. So we will type a function here. So yes, as I said, key, we can put any kind of formula here. So we will just type a formula here, a simple formula we will type. We will type equals to, click on this cell. Now we have absolute H and absolute K, but we will drag it to the down. So the number of rows is not absolute, it's relative. So we will just remove the absolute sign before the 3 and we will again press equals to sign. Not equals to, we will press greater than sign. Greater than, let's say 50. Yes, we will select the format and the format we select the blue color is OK, click OK. So we will see that all the rows that are greater than 50 are all highlighted. Each and every row that is greater than the 50 is highlighted. This was about this example. Let's say we have another example also. So first let's clear this rule. We will be seeing another example also. So let's select these names and go to conditional formatting, go to new rule, use a formula and just place it here. We will type here is equals to this cell and we will remove absolute cell reference. We will remove absolute cell reference for the 3 and yes, it's equals to, let's say this cell, right? And format to gray color. So we will just press OK, press OK here. And now what we will see is if I type here RAM, and what I'm going to show you here is if I just type name RAM here, what you will notice is that all the cells that contains RAM in this cell is going to be highlighted. If I change the name of Vinod to RAM, it also will be highlighted. We can try it by entering another name. That is, if I type here Rahul, and what you will see, all the cells that contains the name Rahul will be highlighted. So yeah, this was about conditional formatting. We have learned each and everything. That is the basic conditional formatting, the advanced conditional formatting. But one more thing, that if somehow you want to change any rule that you have created, what you can do is go to conditional formatting, go to manage rules, current selection means this worksheet, and what you will see is the rule that you applied just. So it shows all the rules that you have applied. You can change format here. You can select any color, means you can, what you can do here. So what means is, what you can do here is, like if you want to change any rules, if you have to, so if you can make modifications in any conditional formatting that you have made. So this is very useful function. So yeah, that's all about the conditional formatting.
Hi guys, in this video, we are going to learn about Format Painter, that what is Format Painter, what is the use and how do we use that in our Excel. So we will be learning that what is the magic behind the Excel Format Painter, how we can create style for formatting efficiency, like how we can create different styles and then copy them. So what is Format Painter? The Format Painter lets you copy all the formatting from one object and apply it to another one. It allows you to copy the format from one data and to copy that format into another data. Think of it as a copying and pasting for formatting. Select the text or graphic that has the formatting and that you want to copy. So we will be learning that in this video. So we have these data set here. I have copied the same data set here also. It is 2 times the same data we have. We have the sales 2021, overhead cost and the profits that we have. These are the month names that we have, and what are we going to learn in this video is about the Format Painter. So we will just format the data by adding different colors, by making the text bold and by changing alignment of the cell. So now we have formatted this data. I've changed the colors, I've added the borders, I have changed the colors, I have added the borders and all. I've changed the alignment. I want the same formatting that I applied here.
this data should be formatted in the same way as I have formatted the above data. So like instead of doing each thing again and again, like putting yellow color here, then again putting the same yellow color here, what can we do is, we don't want to do the formatting one by one. So what can we do here is, we will just remove this. So now what comes here is the use of format painter, which is here above under the home tab. And here's the third option that we have format painter. What are we going to do is, we have to select the area for which the format has to be copied. So we will just click on format painter. And now you can see this brush pen is there with our plus sign. We have a brush pen there. And just we need to select the area that we want to format in the same way. So if we'll just click here, we will drag it and we will select the area. And what you will see, the magic is, the same format have been applied. The same format have been copied. The format painter has copied the format. The format which we have used here is copied and is pasted here within just one click. So it is the use of format painter. It helps in copying the formats, and so that you want to copy the format in two different sheets, you can copy that format. We can also copy the format within the different sheets. Now I will be showing you. So now we have clicked there. So we have selected this, and we will click on format painter again, and we will make the same table here also. What we notice is that this is only the colors. If I enter text here, like if I enter Jan here, if I type Jan here, the same formatting is applied. It is in the middle, it is bold. So it copies the format. Each and every formatting that is in our table that we are copying, it copies each format that we have in our table. We can do this between sheets and between the tables in the same sheet. And so moving on. So now what you notice is, we just click the format painter once to format the data, to copy the data, right? To copy the format. We have just clicked the format painter once to copy the format. If you notice is, if we just click on format painter, then we can copy the format just for one time. But what if we want to have the format for some time, so that we can apply anywhere that we want? If we want to apply here, if we want to apply here, we can do that. So let's color this cell, color it to blue. Now if I want some cells to be of blue color, if I just click here and click on format painter once, what I can do is, if I just click here, now if I click here, it will not work, right? It is just for the one time. Now if we want that for the multiple times, what we can do is, we can just double click the format painter. We have double clicked the format painter, and we can select as much cells as we want. We can select this, we can select this, we can select this. It's all get formatted. So this is the use of using the double clicking to the format painter. It copies the format as many times as we want. And to get rid of this, we just need to press escape key from a keyboard, and it is unselected now. So this is the format painter that we use in our Excel, and to copy the formats and all. There's one shortcut key from a keyboard that we can use copy the formats without clicking on the format painter. Is like, if I just change the color of this cell, and if I change the color of this cell to, let's say, light blue, and the same formatting I want in this cell, what I can do is, we can just press F4 key from a keyboard, and what you will notice is, the same format, the same color has been applied. You can click on any cell and just press F4 key on your keyboard, and the format is applied. If I click here and press F4 key from a keyboard, the same thing is applied here also. So this is the shortcut key for using the format painter, that is the F4 key from a keyboard. So yeah, it was all about the format painter that we can use here. Format painter is very widely used, as it is used to copy the formats, and we many times wants to copy the same format in many sheets, and this saves a lot of time. So this was the magic behind the Excel format painter, which helps us in saving our most of the time and making our work easier. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about images and shapes in Excel. We have lots of images and shapes in Excel, and we are going to learn that in this video. So this kind of shapes and images we can add n number of images and shapes. These are so many shapes that we can add, and we will be learning it more practically in the further video. We have icons. And what are these icons? These are the icons that we have in Excel, and we can add them in our data and make them more presentable. Icon sets in Excel are the sets of the different type of icons, shapes, indicator, directions, which are used for visualizing the selected values by giving them different meanings to them. So it gives different meanings to them, we can add them, and it makes our work more presentable and easy to visualize. We have one more option, that is the smart art, and we have all these things in the smart art that is on the right side. A smart art graphic is a visual representation of information and ideas. It's just a visual representation. You create one by choosing a layout. that fits your message. Some layouts such as organization charts and Venn diagram portray specific kind of information, while others simply enhance the appearance of a bulleted list. That means the sum of them are specific and they enhance the appearance of our data. So we have 3D models also in Excel. These are the 3D models, and we have n number of 3D models. In this, we can make our data more attractive and presentable by using. We will be learning all of these. We will be learning 3D models. We will be learning smart art. We will be learning icons that we have, and much more. We will be learning that how to insert images, how to insert shapes. We will be learning that how to insert images, how to insert shapes and all. So here we will be learning that how to insert images, shapes, and much more things that I told you earlier that what are we going to learn here. So for inserting images and all, we have to go to insert tab, and here in illustration, under illustration, we have all the options that we can add in Excel. So first thing is we have the pictures option. Here we can insert pictures from your computer or any other source from internet or any other source that you have. You can insert pictures from them. Like if we click here, we get two options. If you want to insert picture from device, or if you want to insert pictures from online. So we will see both the options. If we select from device, we can select any pictures. We will go to pictures and we will select this picture and we get the picture. We get the image that was there in this. So we have to resize it, and we have resized it. Here you see this sign is the angle rotator. If I click here, you can rotate the picture according to you, like how you want to rotate, and you can rotate the picture like this way. So, and you can resize it here. You get double-sided arrow and you can resize it accordingly. So if you click here, you see there's double-sided arrow and you can resize it. Okay. So this is how we can add pictures from a device. Now we can edit this picture also. We can remove the background. We can add different colors. So we can give it any kind of effects that we want, like these, and we can add borders and all. So this is the thing that we can do. We can crop the image. We can rotate it. There are things that we can edit with our picture. We will again go to insert tab. We have seen that how to add pictures from the device. Now we will see that how to add pictures from online. Like you want a picture of like say cycle. We will just type cycle here and just press enter. We'll get all the images of the cycle that we have. We get the images of tires and different water cycle also we got here. But okay, so we will select this. You can select n number of images that you want. We will just select one and unselect all. You get the tick mark here. Click on insert, and what you will notice is that the picture is here with us. So we will resize it, and you can see that this is the picture that we have. We will paste it here, and we can edit the pictures in the same way like we edited it earlier. So we can add any kind of effects that we want and all. So this was how to insert images, how to insert pictures online and from this device. Now moving on, we have these options here. We will be seeing that what are inside these options, and the first one is the shapes. We have different shapes, like we have ready-made shapes here. We get ready-made squares, circles, and arrows, and all the shape that we have. So these are the shapes that we have in Excel, and we can just if you want to add any shape, you can just click on it, and if you want this circle, you have to just right click here and drag as much as you want, and you can make it big as large as you want. So you have to just drag the image that you want. That is the shape. You can edit the shape format. You can change the color. You can change the outline. You can give it effects. Let's see other images, other shapes also once more. You want left arrow, right arrow. You have to just click here, right click here, and just drag. So yeah, this is the shape we got, right? So this is how the shape works, and we have lots and lots of shapes. You can see that there are n number of shapes that we have, and we can use any shape that we want, and we can format it at the same time. This is a very great feature that we can format it, and we can change the color, we can change the size, we can change the effect, we can add the effects also. This was about the images, and we have learned about the shapes. Now we have icons here. So these are the icons that we have in Excel. You can see that there are so many headings under which the icons are present. We have icons here present in the Excel. These are very useful things, like if you have to add them while making presentations or while making reports, while doing analytics, you can add these graphs here, and you can just click on insert by selecting them, and you will see that you will get them. So just you can drag them. Okay, so yeah, these are the icons that we have in Excel, and there are so many icons as you already have seen. I think so. I think so that you have already seen that there are so many icons that we have in Excel. These are the icons are shown to you, and you can select any icon that you want. It makes our work attractive, makes our data attractive. And one more thing, like just if we click here, we get graphics format option here, and here you can edit them. You can make them, you can bring them forward or backward if there's something shape behind them. You can fill it with a different color. Like you can see that the color is changed. You can add outlines. You can give them effect. Uh, you can see that a different effect has been given to them. So it's like you can play with them. You can edit them and all. So this was about the icons, and we have learned about the pictures, shapes, and icons. Now we have 3D models. What do we mean by 3D models? As like we can select any, as I already told you that there are so many, and we can select any. Let's select this, and if you click here and click on insert, you can select any image that you want. I'm showing just a sample to you that what can we do with these 3D models. What are these 3D models? So it's just inserting, and we have this 3D model here. We will just drag it. What's the difference here in the 3D model is you see just this little thing, little circle here. If you click here and drag it, you can see that you can have the full view. You can adjust it accordingly. Like you can adjust it like this way. You can adjust it any way that you want. So it is a 3D model. You have the 3D image of these icons that we have. You can play with them like this, and like it's a 3D model, and you can rotate them and fix them according to you. Now the last option that we have is the smart art, and this is the smart art. It's very useful in creating tables and all. Like if at an organization, if you have to create a table like for CEO, then executive level, and then other members, then you can just click here, or you can add any. You have to add list. We have so many kind of lists, different lists available. You can see this also. So you can add information here. These are very attractive, right? We can add another. You can edit this also, right? As I told you, you can edit each and everything according to you, that how you want it. So we will be seeing other things also. We will be learning. If we select, go to smart art again, and here's the list. If we just click OK, it is like we can add, we have different levels in organization. We can put it here. We can rotate it also. So we can give them different angles and all. So this was about the images and shapes in Excel. We have learned about how to add pictures, how to add shapes, how to add icons, 3D models, smart art and all. So, and you can just explore smart art according to you, according to your needs. It includes a number of things that are very useful. It makes our data very representable. We have Venn diagrams here. We have different charts here. So we have different kind of pyramids here, which are very useful. So you can use them. And one more thing, like we have added the images, but now if you want to cut them, just right click on the corner. So just right click here, click on cut. There's one more option to delete, is just click here and press delete from your keyboard. Click here and press delete. So you can delete them like this only. It's a very simple way also. So this all was about how to add pictures, shapes, images, 3D models, and smart art in Excel. So hi guys. So in this video, we are going to learn about the charts. Charts are very useful, and I know that it is a very common topic, but it includes various kind of techniques that we use in Excel while creating a charts, and these are very helpful things. Chart makes our work attractive and it's presentable also. So we will be learning charts in Excel in this video. So the first thing is the commonly used column chart. In the photo here, you can see that these are the column charts that we have in Excel. And column charts, let's read something about column charts, that what are these. And so column charts are also known as bar graphs. Show comparisons between data. It helps us to do comparison between data, two data, or two more than two data. These charts display the differences between groups of data. The values are displayed using a vertical bar or rectangle bar. So what we can do here, we can compare between two or more things and two or more groups, and we can display it in a rectangle or in a vertical bar or a horizontal bar. So it's a very commonly used chart, that is a column chart. There are many type of charts that are used for technical analysis in Excel, but most of the common charts that we use are the line chart, bar charts, scatter charts, uh, pie charts, and the point and figure chart, candlestick chart, and many more that we use in a daily life. These charts makes our work attractive, and this charts makes our work very precisely done. These charts makes our work very attractive and helps in easily understanding of the things that if we are going to understand, that if we are trying to make other understand. So we have different type of chart design. This is the pie chart. Here we have this is the bar chart that we have. Here are the different charts that we have. This is the bar chart, histograms, pie chart, line chart, scattered chart. So these are different type of graphic presentations of charts that we have in Excel. Not just that, we are having different elements, different type of charts in Excel, but with that also we are having, you can change the format. We can format the elements of chart. You can change the format of individual chart elements, such as the chart area, plot area, data series, access titles, detail labels, and legend. Two set of tools are available for formatting chart element, the format task pane and the chart tools ribbon. And I will be telling you each and everything that I told you in this till now and the practical view, and you all will be understanding very much. I hope that you got a little knowledge about that, the interface of the charts. But after that, after in this video further, we will be having a great knowledge about the charts, and we will be looking for various kind of charts that we have in Excel and how to work with that, how to format the chart. So I think let's start, and we will be moving with the very basic chart. It's the column chart first of all. So now we have these data here. It includes the sale of 2020 and 2021, and these are the months of the sale that we are having here. And so just we want to prepare a chart, column chart. We will be just preparing a column chart with this data. So now what we need is we need to create a chart for this data. That is the column chart we need to create for these data that we have. And what we can do here, we can create a column chart in just one click. But so now for that, you just have to select the data and just press Alt F1 from your keyboard, and you will get the chart here. You can resize it according to you, that how much size you want. And this is a chart that we are having within just one click. It is showing the sales of Jan, Feb, March, April, May, and you can customize it accordingly. I will be telling. It's not like that. If you press Alt F1 key from a keyboard, we always get the bar chart. If your data is like that, which is suitable for the pie chart, Alt F1 key when you will press, you will get a pie chart there. So now we will try to learn that what are the different elements in this chart. What are different areas that we have in the chart. So now if I place my cursor anywhere in the chart, we will be showing that how to see that. So if I place my cursor anywhere in the chart, you can see here, if I place my cursor here, it is showing that it is the chart area. If I place my cursor between the grid lines, it is showing that it is a plot area. We will just click here and we can see that it is a plot area that we are having. And the chart title, if we just put our mouse pointer here, we will see that it's a chart title. What are these is, these are the vertical value axis. Means the vertical value axis, that the y-axis that we all give in the chart. This is the y-axis that we have, the vertical value axis. This is the chart area. As I told you earlier, that this is the chart area. And so now if we put our mouse here, we will see that horizontal category axis. This was vertical, this was horizontal axis. If we put our mouse pointer here, it is legend row entry. It is legend entry. It is also a legend entry, sales 2020. And this is a legend entry of sales 2021. If we kept our cursor here on the graphs, on the bar charts, it will show you as series. It is also a series, as we all know that it's a series of what we have created a chart. If we try to put here between the grid lines, means on the grid line, you will see that vertical value axis, major grid lines. It shows it as a major grid lines. So these were the basics that I told you, and these were necessary for learning the chart types in wider aspect. The basic things are very necessary to adapt the wider aspect of the charts and all. So if you just click here, it's anywhere in the chart. What we will see is that these are the three options that we can take. These are the three options that are shown. So if you just click here, you will get to know that these are the chart elements. You can add or remove any kind of chart element that you want. You can add or remove anything that you want in this chart that you have created. If you don't want access, you can just unclick that like this, and access, all the X's are disabled. At the same time, if you want access titles, you can put that. You can put access again. You can put data labels. You can put data table. It's all the things that you can put. You can put trend line. Was this 2020 like this trend line? Just unselect this. So these are the things that you can add or remove by your choice that you want to show them in your chart or not. If you don't want access, you can just unclick that like this, and access, all the X's are disabled. At the same time, if you want access titles, you can put that. You can put access again. You can put data labels. You can put data table. It's all the things that you can put. You can put trend line. Was this 2020 like this trend line? Just unselect this. So these are the things that you can add or remove by your choice that you want to show them in your chart or not. So now we have seen that what this plus button, it is about the chart elements. We will move into the second. It is the chart styles. It provides you different kind of styles that you can give to your chart. It includes these kind of different techniques or different styles. It includes different styles through which you can present your data. We will be learning about that later. And the third thing is the filter. So here you can select any kind of categories. You can select series like sales 2021 or sales 2022. So it is like it apply for filter. You can just select here and click on apply. It will be applied. So these were about the three options. The first one was about the chart elements. Second was about the chart styles. And the third one was about the chart filters. So now what you will be seeing is if I just click here, you will see a change. You will see these two items, these two tabs are open in front of us, and if I just click outside, they are disabled. If I again click, they are enabled. If we click on chart design, we have different type of chart design that we can select different type of chart elements, and we can change font, custom styles and all. By doing this, we can change chart type and all. The second thing is the format. Here what you can do is you can change the shape, you can add any shape, you can add outline, you can change the font color, you can change the font style that it is going to show, and you can give it a shape fill. Or so these were the things by which you can so these were the things which you can use. You can send backward or bring it forward. So these were the things that we use while using a chart. We can format that, we can make any kind of changes that we want. So now we will be for one more shortcut to create a chart. Firstly, we will delete this chart. We will right click here, we will click on cut, and the chart is disabled. Means chart is not visible right now, so it is cut. Now what if we want, like we created a chart and we got it on the same sheet. What if we want a chart in another sheet? For that you have to select the area. You will just have to press one shortcut key, and this is single F11 key from your keyboard. You have to press F11 key and you will see that a new chart is created in the new sheet. So I will be pressing F11 key from my keyboard, and what you will see is the new chart, the same chart that we created earlier on the same sheet is now created on the newer sheet. And here above we get the same things, like we get the same formats, we can change styles and all, we can add shapes, we can add outlines and all. So we can make any kind of changes that we want. So this is how you can create a chart in the new sheet. So you can see that we were having a data here, and we got the chart here by just pressing the F11 key from our keyboard. Now we will be seeing that how to customize our charts and how to play with the chart elements. And after this video, you will be knowing that I'm sure that you will get to know that how to format the charts, and you will be easily able to format the charts and do the edits that you want to do with the charts. Before further moving on, we will just create a chart for this, and we will be using the shortcut that is Alt F1 key. We will be pressing Alt F1 key from our keyboard, and here we get start. We will resize it so that it would be comfortable for us to work. And yes, this is the chart that we have created. So now we will be editing the chart, and for editing a chart, you just need to double click in the chart anywhere. Just double click from your mouse or keypad. Just double click in the chart area, and I'm just double clicking, and you will get these options. That is the format chart area. In the right side of your screen, you will get this option like format chart area, and you can make edits. So we will click here in the fill and line option. We will double click here. You will get two options, that is the fill and the border. We'll click on fill and border. So here you can select the no fill, solid fill, gradient fill, or picture text fill. You can add any kind of pictures here, pattern fill. So we will select the no fill, and in this you can do anything that you want. Like you can add any color, like solid fill. We have different color options that we can add. So the options that we can add increase transparency according to us, and we can select any kind of fill that we want. We have different kind of options here. This is the gradient fill, and yes. So moving on with the borders, we have no line border, solid line border. You can see that outside is a solid line. It's a gradient border. That's the fill also. That's the fill also that we have selected. That's a gradient fill. Here is the automatic, and you can select it like automatic. It will be changing accordingly. So these are the border options that we get here in this. Instead of no line, solid line, we have different 4 options here. We have so many options in the fill option. You can select any color that you want. You can increase or decrease the transparency, or increase and decrease, or edit the chart background that you have created. So this was about the fill option. The next option we have is about the shadows. You can create shadows in the chart. Like you can create different presets, change the different, it will change the format, it will change the looking of the cell, it will change the looking of the chart. So we will go here again. We can select it none, or we can select it any that we have: perspective, inner, outer, and all. We can select any kind of that color. We can choose any color that we want, and it's all about the same thing, the transparency and all, glow, soft edges, 3D formats. So now we have seen that these are the topics that we have covered under the format plot area, and this was the plot area. Just cut here. One more thing that we have is we have text options here. This was the chart options, these were the text options, and we can select the text fill, text outline. We can select the solid fill, and the color we can give is, if we give it as green, but you will see that these have been changed to green, right? So it was about the chart area. It was about this area, the plot area. And what about if we want the same things about the we also get the same things about the format area. We also get the same thing about the chart areas and the X's also. So we'll just double click here, and you will get the options that we have for X's. You can also see here about it is written format axis, right? So it is about the axis that we want to give. It is from 0 to 2500. You can see here it is from 0 to 2500. 0, it is going up to 2500. So it is, you can change it to, if you don't want to start it from 0, you can change it to 10. It will start at 10. And what it is showing is, what this is, major and minor is, it's a difference. If you can see, after 10 there is 510. So there is a difference of 500. So this is the difference that is created. So this is the major axis we called. This we called as the major units. And here we have the tick marks, major type. If we select, we can select tick marks also. We can select labels. And what do we mean by labels is, we can change the side of the labels. Like we can change it to right and left, as you have shown that. If we don't want any label, we can just select the none, but let's select it to default. So these were the options that we have for the format axis. Similarly with this option, we can also format these areas according to you as you want. So yeah, one more thing that I want to discuss with each and every one of you is that if you click on here, the axis, if you want to format the axis, there's one thing we left, is that the number. That is one of the most important thing that we have. And what it does is, what you get options here is, if you want these numbers into the currency or the date, percentage, time, fraction, you can select it any. If you want it in currency, you can just click here, and it will convert it into a currency. It will have a rupee symbol in the beginning. So this is about how we can play with the numbers. This was about the number formatting that we have with the chart type, chart axes. So we can format the axis like this. By default, we got a rupee symbol here. If you notice, we got a rupee symbol by default. But if we want some other symbols like euro, dollar, we can just select from here. We have different symbols here. You can select any, as we can select English, Australia, English, anything. So it will convert the symbol into the rupee or like that. If we don't want, we can select this none, and the symbol will be removed. So now if you notice, then these numbers are little big, right? These numbers are little big, even though we can have much big numbers than this also. What if we want to show it in a precise way? We want that number should be short. So what can we do here is, we can format the axis by, we have an option here under the axis options. We have a display units option here, and here it is none. We'll just click on the drop down arrow.
We get so many options here, hundreds, thousands, and millions and all. So we will just click 100, and what you will see. So you can see that the numbers have been decreased, and it is now is 25.10, which were earlier 2510.00. So it has been decreased to 100. So that units is being displayed in terms of hundreds. Now we have the y-axis. That is now we have the x-axis. We will just click here and we will get this dialog box appears. Here we have the same option that we were having, but here's something different. We call text options, and you can select any color here. But if we click on the third option, we get something like vertical alignment and text direction. We can change the alignment of the text. We can keep it to the top center, or we can change it to the middle. We can change it to bottom center. We can change the vertical alignment like this. We can change the direction of the text. We can change the direction, and you can see that all the text that we were having have all the text have been rotated to 90 degrees. We can keep it as horizontal also. We can select anything. We can keep custom angles as we want. So it is like we can edit our text. We can format our text in. We have n number of ways to format the text that we have. So now we have learned about the data charts, and that is the column charts we have learned about. And now we are going to learn about the pie chart. This is also a very attractive charts, and it's very useful in the corporate field. So we are going to learn about what are the pie charts here available in the Excel. So here we have this year 2019 to 2022 and the sales of the company, and sales for some product or anything like we have. But these are the sales that we have of a particular company. So now what are we going to do is we will just select the area, and now we want a pie chart for this data. We'll go to insert tab here above. We will select the pie chart. Here we have 2D pie, 3D pie, and dollar charts. We have three options here. We'll select the 3D pie chart. This is a very attractive and very interesting thing. So we have selected this. So yeah, this is the chart that we got. That is the 3D pie chart that we have selected from the insert chart types, and this is the 3D chart. So earlier we learned that how to add data labels, and it is not confusing for you now if I add data labels here. So we'll add data labels here. So now we want to format this, and we get a format option here. We will just double click here. So we will just click here in the chart, and what you will see is here we have two options. That is the series option that we have. There's the angle of first slice and the pie explosion. What are these means is if angle of first slice means you just see that what is going on. It keeps on moving. Like we want to show the larger part, that is the 2600 part. If we want to show this sales 2019 part in the earlier, we have greater sales in the front, so we can just go like that. And pie explosion, what do we mean by pie explosion is we can just increase the gap between them. They are getting wider. The gap between them is getting wider, and they are getting smaller in size. We can decrease it, we can increase it. So this is the way that how we can do. We'll just bring it to the normal like it was earlier having. This was a long cut method. What if we want is a shortcut method we have is I just double click here in the 26 option here, and just like you drag a piece out of pizza, just drag it here and drag it to the left side or the right side, however what you want. It got separated. You can separate it as much as you want. You can increase the gap as much as you want. You can separate each and every one. Like you can separate each cell by double clicking. By double clicking here, what you can do is you can just drag it and you can see it. So yeah, this is how you can edit the pie charts here. This was only about the pie charts, means nothing more than that in the pie chart. You can change the formats of the pie charts also, right? But these are the main things that you can do with the pie chart is it gets attractive, right? It becomes attractive. We can decrease the point of exclusion and can just select everything, come back normal, and this is the chart that we were having. And so this is how we can format our pie charts, and there are different types of pie charts available. This is the 3D pie chart that we are having. We have a 2D pie chart and we have a 1 pie chart also. So now what we can do is with just select the one, like if I select the blue one by just double clicking, and I can change the color. I can change it to gray. I can change it to green. I can select any color of my chart. I can use the fill option here, and solid fill, gradient fill, any color I can select. So it is like you can make your chart attractive. So this was all about the pie charts. So yeah, one more important thing that I have to explain you is that we have earlier learned that how to make the column chart, but once again I'm telling you that what are the error that we get while using column chart. So
by selecting this area, by selecting this data, I will be creating the column chart by just pressing the Alt F1 key from the keyboard, and I will be getting the column chart, right? I got the column chart, but what I want was is to the sales should be here in the vertical axis as they are, but I want the years in the horizontal axis. But what Excel does is, if you keep any numbers in the first column, it counts as numbers. We wanted 2019, but it is showing as 1, 2, 3, 4. So what should we do is just click here on the chart. You will face this problem many times. Just click here on the chart, go to format option, uh, go to change design, go to select data option. And here you can see that all the years and sales are in the vertical axis only. That is the y-axis. But we want years in the x-axis. So what are we going to do is, we will just click on edit. We will add excess label range. Just remember that don't take the heading. Just select the labels that you want and just press OK. And unselect the year from here. So, and click on OK. So you will see a change that horizontal axis has been changed. It is 2019, 2020. It has been changed to years, and the graph has been changed. Chart has been changed according to us, that how we want it. So this is the common problem that we all face. So now what if we want to change the chart type? We have created a column chart, but now what if we want to change the chart type is, we will just double click on the chart. We will get here option under the chart design, change chart type. Here we have different chart types. I can select any chart type that I want. I can select this type of chart. I can select pie charts. I can select bar charts. I can select line charts. And so now I will select the bar charts for design and just click OK. So we'll see that same thing has been changed, and it has been now changed to the bar charts from the column chart. So this is how you can change the chart type. Any kind of chart type you can change. You can select data that you want, and like we did here, and you can change the chart type, any kind of chart that we have here, and which is preferable to our data, and you can add any chart that you want. So now one more thing, like we have this filter option, as I told you earlier in the video that we have filter option. Now what if we want is, we just want to calculate, we want to compare the difference between the 2019 and 2024, that what is the increase that we have. We'll just click on apply. We will get the this is the 2019 sales and this is the 2024 sales. So this is how you can compare the data, and you can do anything that you want. So we will just click on select all and click on apply. You can change colors, as we have learned that you can select this, and you can use any format data series option. You can format any data labels and all. So this was the thing that I wanted to tell you, that this is a common problem that we all face while drawing any kind of charts. So yeah, I hope that it is clear. So there are so many type of chart available. Means there are different types of chart we have. This is the bar chart that we have, that I have shown you, but there are different types of charts that we have. We have line chart. This is the line chart that we have. We can do the same. We can make the same chart, line chart, with the same data that we have earlier. Or we have the pie chart. We can make this chart also. We have made this bar chart, as we already know that this is a bar chart, and we have made the area chart. It looks like this. It is also a great chart that we use frequently, and it's also a great chart that we use. This is scatter chart. Like it shows only the maximum point till where the graph reached. Like in 2018, the sales were 2,500. So it shows just the dots. And there's so many charts that we have. It's like we can apply any chart according to our data. If our data is suitable with that chart, to apply that chart, we can use any kind of chart. So now I've learned that what are the different type of charts we see here. Under the insert tab, there are the different type of charts that we see: histogram, line chart, bar chart, and area chart. We have one more option here in this Excel about the charts, is this sparkline. And what are these sparklines? We are going to learn in this video. So we have this data set here. Here we have product, shoes, laptop, chair, projector, table, and these are the units sold, we can say, on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So we will be using the sparkline charts here in this column above. So I will be just creating the sparkline charts for this area. So we will select the area, go to insert option here above, and select the line chart, spark lines. And here you have to type the location range where you want this chart. I've clicked the cell B2, means I have merged these cells. I've clicked the cell this, and we will just press OK. We'll see that the line chart is created. 44, then 55, then 35 is down, then it's going above, and then it's coming down. So we have created the line chart here. We can change the format of this. We can change the spark line charts. We got this new tab open, and we can edit this chart. Now we will be seeing the other type of chart that we have. We will select the area, go to insert. We have the second option is the column chart, and we'll select this range. and get the column chart. So this is the column chart that we got in a single column, and this was the data for which we got this chart. And let's see the third chart also. Again, go to insert, win and loss, and we'll select this. For win and loss, like all the cells are positive, so it is above, means above the line. And if I put a minus sign, that is makes the number negative, we'll see that the number is negative, and this is the red color, and it is downward. So we have three charts here, and what we notice is these all three charts are dynamic. Like if we change any number here, if I change 35 to 45, you will see the change in the line, right? If I change this number to 60, you will see the change. If I make this 40 as a negative 30, I will see the change, right? So these are the dynamic sparkline charts that are very useful. Also, we can use this charts in a single column where we want that or any other area. These are really useful. So yeah, this was about the sparkline charts. We can also edit these sparkline charts. Like if we are here and we will go to sparkline charts, here we can select the high point. High point is highlighted. We can select the low point, and then the low point is highlighted, which is this one. It is very small. Negative points, these are the negative points. Here is no negative point, but here are these negative points. We can select this. First point, we can highlight the first point, we can highlight the last point. So these are the editings. So these are the changes that we can make in this sparkline chart. That's all for this video, and we'll see you in the next video. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about printing options in Excel, that what are the printing options that we have in Excel. And we can print a worksheet or a workbook. You can print entire workbook or a worksheet, or you can print a partial worksheet as you want. And you can print several worksheets at once, or you can print one at a time also. So Excel helps you in printing data also, and if the data you want is in table format, you can just print the data in the Excel table also. So this is what written here. And moving on, we can also print all part of the worksheet. These are the steps I have written here so that it would be easy to understand. Even though I'm going to teach you that, I'm going to tell you everything that how to do that in a practical way. These are just the steps I have written here. That we just have to click on the worksheet and then select the range of data that you want to print. We have to click on file option, that is under the ribbon we have, and then we have to click on print option, and under settings we get these options that we have, and we can click on print entire workbook here, and then our work is done. Similarly, by following the same steps and selecting under the settings, we have all the options that we have. We can just print selected table or print active sheets. We can also customize our print selection area. What I've earlier told you, that we can have so many options here in the print. We can customize it. We can keep the normal margins. We can keep no scaling and all. We can fully customize our area like it is there. We can keep it in portrait mode. We can keep it in landscape mode. So there's so many customizations that we can make while printing our data in Excel. So now we have this Excel sheet with us, and we want to have a print out of this. And what are we going to do is, we will just go to file option here, as we just learned that we have to go to file option. We'll go to print. There we have the print option, and what you see here is you get the print preview. That's great. You get the print preview itself. And but here we have to modify the things because it's half of the data that we have. And you can see that there are so many sheets that we have. We have 14 sheets, and you can go to second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and like this. So these are the sheets that we have, and here's a print preview we can see. So from here we can print. Now what you see here is you get only the ID numbers, enrollment, still, payment instructions, right? But what we want is, what about these elements? What about these elements which are left out? What Excel does is, it tries to print everything. Like if we go where just we want to print is the data from here to here, that is till row 69. But what Excel is printing is the whole data that we have in our sheet. So let's just get back here. So it's better if we select the print area that we want to print by ourselves, right? It's better that we select the print area that we want to print. And if we want to print the column from J to A, right? We have selected the columns from J to A. We will just go to page layout option here in the ribbon. And here you see different options that we have. We will click on the print area, set print area. Now this is our print area that we have set. We can just again go to the file option and click on print, or there is one shortcut key, that is just press Ctrl plus P from your keyboard. We will just click on show print preview, and what you see here is you get all the data that we have. right? You got all the data that we have selected from merchant reference to the ID. And this is the data. This is a little messy, but yeah, this is the data that we have selected, and we got a print preview. And we have 4 sheets now. You can just see that these are the downward things that we have in a Excel sheet, and this is the data that we want. So we have selected so we can select any area that we want, and we can just select the area. So we can select any area that we want, and we can just select the area, and we can just select the area and click on print area and click on set print area, and here we can do that. Now we will click on clear print area for the now. So now we have seen that how to print the custom area that we want, but from that area that we have selected earlier, that we have selected this print area. Now, if we don't want to this column, and this column in our print preview, in our print sheet, and we don't want these columns, so we will just click on hide option here, and the columns have been hid, right? Now we will just again press Ctrl P on a keyboard and we'll click on show print preview. What you will notice is all the columns that we have hide are not shown here, right? All the columns till the column J are here, except those whom we have hidden. And there is no rightward column that is not going beyond the right side. So we will again go back, and here we have the tables, and we will just hide the columns that we have. So yeah, here, if you see here, you see the 3 options here, 3 buttons option here, and at the bottom of the screen, the same you will get here also. But these are the 3 options. That is the normal view, which is mostly on the screen, the normal view. And the second one is the page layout. If we just click on it, you will see that the page layout, it's column till column J, in the column we have selected. And what you see here is the 3 options, right? You got here 3 options, and you can enter any data. Like you have to enter like, if you want to add date, here are the options that you get in header and footer option. You get the page number, you can type current date. If you click here date, and you can just click on date, current date. Here you can type current time. Here file name we can put. Here we can select the number of pages also. So we have selected the number of pages here. We have selected the file name here, and we have selected the time. What we will do is we will just press Ctrl P from a keyboard again, and what you will notice is the page number we have, it is the file name that we have, that is the first mint of, and the time that we have. So these are the things that you can do with the page layout option. This is the page layout option that you can do, and under header and footer you get so many options here. So this was about the header and footers that we have. We will just go again to normal view. So we have learned that what is the normal view, what is the page layout, and the third option, that is the page breakthrough, that we are going to learn now. This is a page layout option that we have. And if you just press Ctrl P, what you notice is if you click on the sheet 2, that is the title that we are having are not visible right now, right? The titles are not visible. For that, what are you going to do is just go back, click on print title, and here you have the option rows to repeat, and we will select the first column, first row that we want to repeat, and we will just click OK. Now if you again press Ctrl P, what you will notice is you have the title here in the first page, and if you select the second page, right, what you will notice is you have again the title in the second page. In the third page and the fourth page, you all have the title. So we have selected the print titles that we want in every page. So now the third option that we have is the page break, that we want to include the column J, column K, and column element in the same page. What you can do here, you just click here, just double click here, and drag it till where you want. We have dragged it, and this is the page 1 now. And same with the here, we want these things in the page 1, or we can say we want the data till here in the page 1, till row 40 we want the data, so we will drag it here. Page 2 we want is should be till here only. Here is how we can manage our pages. So these are the pages that we can manage like this, how much data we want in each page. And if you just press Ctrl P from your keyboard, you will see the difference in the pages, which again, if I have just pressed Ctrl P from a keyboard, what you notice is the area that we have selected is only the print, that the area that we have selected for the page 1 is selected. And this is the second page area that we have selected, the third page, the fourth page, and the fifth page, right? So this is the area that we want to select and we want to print. Now we have certain options here. We can click on print entire workbook. We can click on print Excel sheets. This is one important function that we have, that is the landscape orientation, and it is better looking, right? Landscape option is better in these kind of data. It depends on your data type, that how your data is. You can just click on portrait orientation, or you can just click on landscape orientation. It's looking better here. You can select the margins here. You can select the narrow margins. You can select the broad margins and all. There's one little option here. You can see as page setup, right? If you just click on page setup, you get this dialog box. Here's the 4 tabs here: the page, margins, header and footer, and sheets. You can edit your sheet here from here also. There's a page setup you can add to. You can add margins from here. You can increase the margin and decrease the margins. You can change the header and footer options that I show you earlier. And these are the sheet options that we have. These are the options that we got here in the page setup option. And if you just go back and we'll just click on the normal view again, what you notice is you just saw a little arrow here, right? By just clicking it, the same dialog box appears. So you can edit your data from here also. You can edit your data from where you can preview your sheet also. So these were the options that were under the printing options that in Excel. We can increase the size, or we can click on the background also, and we can insert any image and put here. That would be a background. We can also show the view. We can also view the grid lines or not. It's according to us that if we want to show the grid lines, or we can show the headings or anything that we want. So this is how you can edit your data, and you can color it. You can add any color that you want. You can give it any effects. The same thing that you can edit it anyway, but these are the main printing options that I told you. So hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the Excel templates, that what are the Excel templates and what are the benefits of creating Excel templates and how to create them. So what is a template? Basically, a template is a pre-designed spreadsheet you can use to create new spreadsheets with the same formatting and predefined formulas. With templates, you don't need to know how to do the math or even to write the formulas. They're already integrated. Means just you have to open the template again and again and do the work that you want. You just not need to write any kind of formulas as they are already integrated. You just have to use any formula, only the ones, and we can use the template n number of times that we want. So I have created this invoice, and this is the invoice that I've created, and we will be learning that how to create a template for this invoice. So I will be just showing you that this is the invoice that I've created, and we will be learning that how we can create a template for this. So this is the invoice, and now what we have to do is we will just go to file option, go to save as, and to browse, and here we will select the desktop. We will select it in the desktop. We will change his name to the invoice template. Okay, now we don't have to save the Excel workbook, the simple Excel workbook. What we have to select is, we have to select the template option in this. We have to select that Excel template and just click on the save option. Now, what we will do is we will just close this. We will just close. So now, what are we going to do is we will just open Excel. Now, we will just click on the new option here. We have 3 options: home, new and open. We will click on the new option, and here you get several default templates that are by default present in the Excel, and Excel provide these templates to us. We have so many options here. We can select a number of templates here, but if we click on this personal, what you notice is we have the invoice template here, right? And yes, we got this. We got the same thing. So we will enter a detail, customer detail. So we'll type here name. So we will type here the product name also. We have filled each and everything, and we will now type the product name. Let's say it as a mouse. Rate is, we can say 140, and quantity 2. So what we get is, we get the gross amount and net amount is 280. So this is a bill, and what we will do is here, we will just go to save. We will save it, and we'll save it to documents. And we'll just save it. So now what are we going to do? We will just close this, and this is the information that we have created for the one person, right? Now, what do we mean by template is, by we can use that same template again and again. So for the new person, we don't have to cut the amounts. For the next person, we don't have to cut the things, like cut the details that we have entered for the first person. But what we can do is, we can just click again on the personal, and here you have the invoice template. So yeah, this is the invoice that is again created in front of us. So yeah, we can use the same invoice again for creating the next invoice for the other person. So this was the use of the templates. We can use single template so many times that it makes our work easy. We don't have to cut the data here present earlier and retype the new data. We just got the same template, the blank template, and we can use it anytime. So hi guys, in this video we're going to learn about the tables in Excel, the most important topic in Excel. What are these tables? And this makes a very effective and efficient thing that we have in Excel, and what makes our work very easy. So one of the most in-demand question, that why are tables used? So basically tables are used to organize data that is too detailed or complicated to be described adequately in a text. So it is like if you have very complicated and complex data, table allows you to quickly see the result. It makes the data into a very readable form. What are the advantages of creating table in Excel? So we will be learning here some advantages. These are just the theory part. I'm going to teach you each and everything. We will be seeing it in a practical way, but it helps in creating structured reference automatically. It's dynamic in nature, like it works automatically. Dynamic means automatically, and it makes our work easy to work with pivot table that we are going to learn in the upcoming videos. That we can also freeze the header and row automatically. Means while creating a table, it freezes the header row automatically. It helps add slicers for filtering data. These are also a very good thing that we have in Excel, and I will be telling you in this video that what are these slicers and how they help us and filtering our data so easily with the tables. It eases restoring to usual data range without losing the table style. So these are the advantages of creating tables in Excel, and we can easily customize our table. We can change the name of the table, we can change the selection area of the table, we can change the color of the table, and many more. And these are the designs that we have, we can change for our table. And these are so many designs that we have. We can create any new style here also, and we can clear the styles also. We can edit it, we can format it according to our wish. So we can sort a table. If we have a data, we can sort a table, we can filter a table, we can add total row, we can add filter button. These are the options that we have in while we have a table in Excel, and we can do so many things with that. So we cannot convert any data into a table. We are looking for the database like this. Like this, we have organized into columns where there's one type of information, and each row represents a record about one person or one thing. No blank rows, no blank columns. Blank cells are fine, but no blank rows and no blank columns should be there. And ideally, the data is not touching anything else. If that's the case, creating a table is very easy. We just click somewhere in the data. We just go to Insert tab here or above, and we click table. We get this dialog box appears. This is the range that we want. That's from A1 to G23, that's right. If we want to say that my table has headers, that is the headings that we want. So we can just click on OK. These are the headers that we have. We have just pressed OK, and there is a table. Data that we have is now converted into a table. We have got some great formatting, and filter button is also added, this auto filter button in each column. And what you notice is a brand new ribbon tab is also there. That is a table design that we have. And here we can edit table. Now if I click outside of the table, you see that the table design option in the ribbon has been removed. So if I click again the table, you will see that the table design option is here. Now coming to the left, we have the table name here, and we can write the table name anything. It is automatically, we get the table name 1. We can change it to IDs and just press enter. Now this table name has been changed to IDs. The second name that we have is the resize table. And here is how we can resize the table. We can just again click and we can resize it anywhere that we want, and this is the use of the resize table we have. So here we have the table styles in us, and if we just click on arrow, we get so many styles that we have. We can create a new table style also, but these are the styles that we have in Excel that as by default we have, and this we can select any that we want. Now sometimes it is like we have created a range into a table, but we don't want it anymore into a table. What can we do is we can just select this area, and we can click on convert to range option. It will go back to the range option, and it will convert into a simple range. Now you see all the data filter option that were there are removed now, and it is not a table now. We do however actually want the table, so we will just again create a table. We have a shortcut key. We will press Ctrl E from our keyboard, and you will see the same dialog box appears, right? And we will just click on OK, and again a range is converted into a table. So till we have learned that how to create a table, how to remove a table, and how to name the table, how to create different designs for table, and how to resize the table. Now we will be learning that what are these options that we have, what are these. So now, as I told you, that we can select anything, any filter that we want, any filter that according to our wish that we want here. And let's select this. And here is the table that we have selected. So what are the options here we have? These are the options here that we have. We have the first column, the last column, and the rows and all. So we will be learning that what are these options. And if you select the first column, what you notice is the first column got highlighted, right? If we select the first column, we get highlighted, it get highlighted. Similarly with the last column, this cells also got highlighted. The filter button, this is a filter button we got here. You have seen that there's a one button here, one arrow here, drop down arrow. If you just click, you get this arrow. This is a filter button, and you can filter it any way. Like if you want to sort from A to Z, or if you want to sort from the smallest to largest, we can do that. If you want to sort it from the largest to smallest, we can do with that also. So these are the format options that we have, and these help us in a very good way by using the tables. Otherwise, we have to do a very complex procedure to sort the data. So this is the sorting that we can do easily with the help of this. So coming back, we have these options here. We have filter button, last column, first column. And the most important thing is the row, total row column. If you just click, what you notice is, if I just click here, what you notice is there's another row that is added, right? It is the row that we have added in the bottom. And if you click any cell in this row, what you will see is a drop down arrow, right? There's an arrow in any of the cell if you click. So if I just click here, these are the options that we have. I have the sum, minimum, maximum number, count numbers, average of these. If we just select the sum, what you will notice is we get the sum of these cells. If I just click here and if we count the numbers, there are 22 rows, right? This is the column this is the total row that we get, and we get so many options here. So this is the thing that we have in Excel, and this is very useful thing also. That is the total row that we have. So we will just unclick this and the total row is removed. We have learned that how to sort data, right? We have learned that how to sort data by just clicking arrow, we get the sorting options. But one of the most easiest way, which makes our data look attractive and easy to work, is just pressing insert slicer. And you get all the things here. In this dialog box, you get all the headings that we have. PID, enrollment, customer reference. We get all the headings that we have. So if we will just select the type, and we can select any number of things, and we will get slicers for them. So this is the slicer, how it looks like. It is the slicer that we get, and we can just resize it or anything we can do with this. And these are the options that we have in this type, right? Fee amount, areas, and other amount. Fee amount, it's like that. So we have all the three options. These are the unique values that we have. What we can do is, if I just want areas, we will just unselect all, and we can click on areas amount, right? This is the one way of sorting. But what we can do with this slicer is, if I just want other amount, then instead of going back here, we can just click on other amount here, and you notice is all the other amount data that we have is here. Fee amount, all the fee amount data that we have in the table is here, and all the areas amount data that we have is now here. Now, if you just want to remove the filter, is by just clicking here in the top, by just click here, or you can press Alt plus C from your keyboard, and all the data that we have is now unfiltered. So this is the thing that you can do with the help of slicers, and that makes our work very, very easy to sort. This was about the slicer that we have. And now what I'm going to show you is the magic again. If I just want here to amount, so what I have done is, we want amount into enrollment. This is the amount into the enrollment, and here is we want the total amount that we have. So what you notice is, if I just enter the name here, right? What you notice is I just entered the name, right? I just entered the name, and the table got extended. If I again type here anything and press enter, the table is extending, right? So the table automatically adjusts itself. I type any formula here. Let's type any formula, like let's do the calculation that we want here. We want this cell. So we will just press is equals to this cell into the enrollment, and we will just press enter. What you notice is we get all the elements. We get all the elements here. We get all the things done just in one click. We just not need to drag a formula downwards. In a table, if we enter the formula in one column, it enters into the whole column that we have. This was one magic that we have. And here also, if I type another ID like this, and if I just press enter, you will see that the table range get extended. and a new row is added in this table, right? So it is very useful to add data below, and there are so many changes that you have to make instead if you are not using the table. If you are not using the table, then you have to do conditional formatting, data validation again and again, and that is also depend that if you are doing it correctly or incorrectly. So table helps you in just entering the data, and it will copy the formula downward. So as you can see that if I enter 2 here and we enter the amount for pay the post, what we will do is doing the calculation, right? It does the calculation by its own. So these are the things that help us in the table. And one more thing I would like to show you is just we want to, if I just need to select the whole table column, what we can do is if I just click here, then the whole column edge in the sheet is selected. But we want to select the column still 24. So what we can do is we can just click here. If we just click on the top of this enrollment amount into enrollment, you get a black arrow, right? If I just click here, I just press, what you will notice is it only selects all the elements till 24. That is, it selects the whole table. So this was similarly with the row, and you can see that the black arrow is there, and you notice that all the columns that we have are selected. So these all about the tables, and these are very useful. You can give any kind of formats to it and you can play with them. So it's a very useful thing that we have. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the database functions in Excel. That what are the database functions in Excel that we have, that is the dsum, sumf, and so many functions we have. We will be learning that. The first function that comes here is the sumf function. The Excel sumf function returns the sum of cells that meet a single condition. Criteria can be applied to dates, numbers, and text. So what are we trying to say? As you can just see by the name sumf, we are doing the sum, right? The sumf function is used to sum the cells that meet a certain condition. It returns the sum of specific cells that we will select that meet certain condition that we want. Now we have the dsum function. What is this dsum function that we have in Excel? The Excel dsum function returns the sum of values that's the same like sumf function, but it gives the sum of values from the set of records that matches criteria. The values to sum are extracted for given field in the database. What is it now? A question will come to your mind that what is the difference in the dsum and the sumf function that we are trying to say. That if you read this statement, then both the sumf and the dsum functions are looking same. So what's the difference between the sumf and the dsum function? Dsum function requires column headers for both the range and the criteria, whereas does this mean is the dsum functions requires the both the column headings and the headings of the range that are we extracting data from which we are extracting data. But sumf functions don't require column headers. That is why all users, the teams in database connection with dsum as database means that column headers should exist. Like if we want to use the dsum function means that the column heading should exist. Otherwise, we will not be able to use the dsum function. So this was the difference between both the dsum and the sumf functions. Now we have the subtotal function. The subtotal function is designed for the columns of data or vertical ranges. It is not designed for rows of data or horizontal ranges. The subtotal function, I'm going to tell you that what is this. It is only applicable for columns. It is not applicable or not designed for rows or horizontal ranges. So it's just for the vertical range, that is for the columns. So now what we have here is this data, and here is we have the ID numbers, the price, the enrollments, and the total amount. Here what we are want to do is, if we just type the ID number here, we must get the sum of the enrollment. These are the enrollments, and I would just want that if I just type the ID number, any ID number from here, and I should get the enrollment. I should get the sum of enrollments that the person had did with that ID. So what are we using it? So what are we going to do is, we will just type is equals to, we will type dsum and open bracket. In Excel, when we type any formula, all the things that we need, Excel shows us that what are the things that we need, what are the things that we need to enter here so that the formula works fine. It is asking for the database, and this is our database that we want. Just press the comma, and now what Excel is asking about the field. And what is the field? Field is what from which we want the answers. We want the answers from enrollment. We will again press comma, and is the criteria. What is the criteria? Criteria is the number that are we going to
right here. So we are selecting both the cells, that is the under ID section, we want these. So we will just close the bracket and press enter. What you notice is we get the 15 enrollments. Total are the 15 enrollments, but if I type here 101 ID, or if we type 101 ID here and just press enter, what you will notice is we get the enrollments 3. And if you see that 2 enrollments are here for the 101 ID and 1 is it. So yeah, the sum is correct. And we have the 3 enrollments mixed with the 101 ID. If I just change the ID number here, if we just type 105, what you will notice is we get the 5 enrollments link. We have the 5 enrollments from the ID 105. 2 are here and 3 are here. Yes, we get the 5 enrollments. So this is the usage of dsum function that is present in Excel, and we can just calculate the totals. We can just calculate the sum by defining the categories, by just defining the criteria that we want. Like here we selected the enrollments, and this was our criteria from which we wanted to extract the sum. So we just have to select those criteria, and this is the usage of dsum function. Similarly, we can go for the multiple criteria. Likewise, if we selected the enrollments, we can select the price and enrollments, and here we can add the third column, that is the price. So till now we have learned that how to use the dsum formula, and I told you that we can use the dsum formula with the multiple criteria. And now we are going to learn about the SUMIF function. We'll just type is equals to SUMIF, and here we want that how many enrollments, the same thing, that how many enrollments that the person have does with the IDs, with the name of IDs that are we providing. But what is the limitation here, that also I'm going to tell you. We will just type SUMIF here, create an open bracket, and what here it says that you have to put the range now. We will select the range. This is our range that we want to, and we will just press comma. Now we want criteria. On the criteria, on the basis of we want the sum. So we want the sum on the basis of this. If we type here which ID, we must get the sum. We will just click here in the 105 column, and we will just again press comma. What is the sum range? And the sum range is this. And these are the sum range that we have. These are the enrollments, and we will just press control. We will just close the bracket, and we'll just press enter. What you notice is with the ID 105, we got 5 enrollments. With the ID 105, we get 2 here and 3 here. If I just change the ID number from 105 to 106, let's say, with the ID 106, we have 3 enrollments. So this is how the SUMIF function works. But what is the limitation with the SUMIF function is that you can just provide the one condition. You can just provide the one criteria, that either for the enrollments, either for the amount, either for the price, with the same ID number. You cannot do that all the things that you want like you can do with the dsum function. You can put multiple criterias in the dsum function, but with the same thing you cannot do in this SUMIF function. With the SUMIF function, as by the name it suggests, that sum with the condition if, right? But here you can only choose the one condition that is suitable for you. So this is the SUMIF function. So now we are going to learn that what are the subtotals and how to use them, how are they used. So this is the data here, and this is the customer reference, invoice, date, type, amount. Firstly, we have to convert it into a date format. We'll just select this and click on short date. So yeah, these are the dates. So what I want is, we want the subtotals. For having the subtotals, we must have the data in the ascending form or the descending form, means it must be in a group for which we want to have the subtotals. So firstly, we will sort the data. We will select the data. Let's select this, or we can select anything. Like if we say, we can select the invoice date also. So we have select the invoice date, and under the data tab here in the ribbon, we have the sort option. We will just click on sort. We will click on expand the selection or continue with the current selection. We will just click that, and here we want to select the invoice date, oldest to newest or newest to oldest as we want. We will select the oldest to newest, and we will just click OK. So dates have been sorted, and now what we'll be doing is, we will just click on the subtotal option here, and here you get at each change in, means you want each change in customer reference, invoice date, type, or amount. We will just select the invoice date. Want to use the function sum. We can use any function, that is print, max, average, count, or any other function that we want, and add subtotal to. As we have the numbers in the amount, so we will add subtotals to the amount option, and we will just click OK. So what you will notice is all the subtotals are added here. A subtotal is added after every day, means after every date a new subtotal is added. And here you can notice that after every date, like after 31/7/2020, a subtotal is added. And here's a subtotal, here's a subtotal, a subtotal is added. And in the last, we have the grand total. This is the subtotal function that we can use. And what you notice here is the grouping and ungrouping signs. You can just click on the minus and you will just see that you will not see the entire information. You will just see the total part that we have, that's the subtotals that we have created by clicking on the minus, and the every information that we have is now removed, and we just got the grand totals. Just we got the grand total and the total of every date. So this is about the subtotals. And one more thing, that if you want to remove this subtotal, just select the area, just click or go to subtotals, and here you get the option that is to remove all. Just click on remove all, and what you will notice is all the subtotals are removed.
So that's all for this video.
Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about data validation in Excel. That what is data validation and what are the features that we have in this data validation topic in Excel. So what is data validation? Data validation is an Excel feature that you can use to define restrictions on what data can or should be entered in a cell. Like we can give restrictions that this data can be put or this data can be put. Either numbers can be put or either text can be put. So it's like we can keep restrictions here on the data. This is one of the feature. You can configure data validation to prevent users from entering data that is not valid. We can also do that if we can put restrictions. Like if we put restriction on just typing the numbers, then the person who is entering, it should be a number only. Otherwise, the Excel will not take that. It will show an error if you type a text in place of numbers if you have put data validation. It will show us an error message. So it's a very great feature that we have. You can also provide message to define what input you expect from the cell, and instructions to help users correct any errors. You can also provide message to define what input you expect the cell, and instructions to help users correct any errors. So what are the features of data validation? It restricts what values are possible, that I told you, that is a number, text or dates. Second, show people a warning if they enter invalid data, that I also told you. And third, allow the people to select a cell's content from the list. Now we have the types of data validation criteria that you can apply. This is a dialog box that appears while clicking on the data validation and while using that. So any value selecting this position removes any existing data validation. So we have different types of validation criteria that we can use. We can just click here. You can see that there is a validation criteria, and you can click on allow or data, and here you have filled this dialog box. We can select the numbers by using the drop down list. We can also select any option that we want, which is present in this drop down list.
So here we're going to learn about the data validation, and we have to select the area in which we want to validate the data. Then we have to select the area. We have to select the range in which we want to have the data validation. So I will be just selecting this range, and we will be. So data validation, as you all know, is the topic of the advanced Excel, and we will be learning that, and I will be telling you that what are the things inside this. So we have selected this range. We will go to under data tab. It is under data tab. Here we have data validation, and here you have to click on data validation. Under settings tab, you get this drop down arrow, and here are so many options that you can use. We will be seeing what the role of each option. And suppose here we want to enter that only the whole number should be entered here. We want that whole numbers should be entered here. Just click on whole numbers, and we have to select the range. Let's select the minimum range from the 10 to 50. Maximum is the 50, and you just have to press OK. So it is basically for this reason. Here we have put the condition that only we can put the numbers which are between the 10 to 50. So if we are sharing a file with any person, and here if we type if we type 10 here, it's so good. If we type 15 here, it's also good. But if we type the number less than 10 or more than 50, you will see an error. Let's type 51 here, and what you notice is we get this error. This value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. This saying is, in the data that we have entered is not meeting our conditions that we have applied. So if we can write any number which is between 10 to 50, and it is a condition that we have given to the Excel that only these values can be put in this. If we try to add numbers also, so if we try to add letters, if we type ABC here and just press enter, we will see the same error here. So the error is the same, that your data that you haven't doesn't match the data validation restrictions. So this is how we will put the data validation for the numbers. It is for the one criteria. And if you type any other number, if you type 50, again, you will see that the number is entered and we do not get any kind of error. So moving on, we will be selecting this area and we will again go to data validation, click on data validation. And we have learned that what is the whole number. We can similarly do with the decimals. Let's do with the date. And what does date means? Let's take an example. If we want from 1st January 2020, and the last date should be 31st December 2020, and just click on OK. So now here we can only put the date that is between the 1st January 2020 to 31st December 2020. And if we just type the date, that is 12 January, suppose 2020, and we'll just press enter, what you will notice is it's entering the date, it's accepting this date. But if I write another date that is greater than the 31st December 2020, if I just type the 1st January 2021, what you will notice is you will get the same error. The data validation, the value doesn't match the data validation restriction defined for this cell. So we cannot type these date here and it is automatically removed. If I type any other, if I type letters here, you will see that same error. If I type just numbers here, 1, 2, 3, you will see the same error. So it is like we can just put this data. We can just put the date between the 1st January 2020 and to between the 31st December 2020. So this is the data validation, how it works. It shows us the error message if we type any other thing. So now we will be learning, we will be selecting this area and we will again go to data validation, select data validation, and here we have the text length. It is like if we want to specify the text length that we want to enter into the data, like if we want to specify the ID numbers, it should be the maximum of 3 numbers, and we can just click on text length, and here we have to define the minimum and the maximum text length. So if I just type here 3 and maximum also 3 and just press OK. So here we have entered the restriction that the ID number should not be greater than and less than the 3. So if I type 1, 2, 3 here, it will enter. If we type 2, 3, 4 here, it will get entered. But if I type more than 3 digit, if I type 5 digits number, and if you just press enter, you get the same error that we were getting earlier. If I type text here, it will allow because it's a 3 digits, it's a 3 letters. And if I just type more than 3 letters, you will see the same error. So here we can do the 3 entries, means here we can do the 3 we can add 3 letters or the 3 numbers or the 3 symbols, but not more than that or not less than that. So this is how data validation works, and I will just again select this. Now you always notice when you are filling any kind of forms, you get the drop down list. Here you get the different cities name, you get so many things there in the drop down list, and where you can select anything. So we will be creating that using data validation, and we will just click on the list here. Here we have to add the source. Just type here, like we can type the country's name, we can type India, we can type USA, and we just press enter. So what you notice is, if we click any of the cell in this row, you see this arrow, right? If I just click here and click on arrow, you see both the options that I have entered there. You can select any. This is for the countries. You can make any other things. So this is how we can create a drop-down list, and here we can add a number of items here. But what comes to our mind is we are not going to type. If we have millions of data, we have hundreds of data here, and we are not going to add each and every data one by one, and we are not going to type that in the source option. So what is now we have? I will just unhide the column of the data that I have created. So these are the data that I have, and I have to create a drop-down list for these data in these columns. Now I'm not going to add each and every name in that source column. What are we going to do? We will just select the area, go to data tab, and here we have to select the data validation, and here you get here you can select the list. And now here for the source, we are not going to type here each and everything in this dialog box here under the source option. We are not going to type your laptop separated with comma. What are we going to do is we will just select the area. We will just select the area, and here you notice is what it selected the range. Excel automatically take out the range and pasted it here by just dragging the area that we want. So we will just click on OK, and here you also see that we get the drop down list in every cell. If I just click here, what you see is the lab. We get all the options that we have. We can select any option that we want, and it's just for the here. If I just click below the area that I have not selected, you will see that there is no drop down list. But one limitation that I'm going to tell you here in this Excel sheet is if I just remove any option from here, if I just delete this, if I just see what are the options here now I'm getting, you will see that this option that we were having here is now removed. So add that your data should not get deleted. You must hide this column, or you can put this in another sheet and where you can log that sheet. So this is how data validation works, and this was about the data validation. Now the one most important thing about the data validation that we have is, if I just go here, data validation, and you have learned all the options. I think we have covered most of the options, but the most important option that we have is about the custom list. And here what you have is, if I just select the custom list, and here what you have is, you can type any formula that you want in the particular cells where you want that formula to be there. You want to restrict some values, and here is the option that you can fill any kind of formula that you want. So to put any kind of restrictions in any of these cells. So this is one of the most important thing that we can use. We can write any kind of formula. We can reference any cell. So this is about the data validation, and we can use that. So, and we can use anything. Now we get the error message, right? You notice that we get the error message, but it is not specifying that what kind of error are we getting. The person who is entering the data must got information that what is the error he is doing. So here is the third option that we got, which is the error alert. And here we can write the title that what is the error that a person is doing. And we can type error here, and we can just type any kind of error. Here we can write the title that invalid number. Let's type it invalid number. And in the error message, we can write the error that what the person is doing. We are writing is, please enter the number between 10 to 100. Number between 10 and 50. We just press OK. So if I just enter the number less than 10 or more than 50, let's type the number more than 51. So it's getting the error. We get the message, please enter the number between 10 to 50. So this is how we can create our own error alert message. This was about the data validation. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the pivot tables. What are the pivot tables? And it is a topic of advanced Excel, and we are going to learn that. So what is a pivot table? A pivot table is used to summarize, sort, or recognize group, count, total, or average data sorted in a table. It is used to summarize, sort, and all these functions for the data that is stored in a table. It allows us to transform columns into rows and rows into columns. It allows grouping by any field or column and using advanced calculations on them. By using the pivot table, our calculations got very easy, and we can perform those calculations very easily, and it makes our work very effective and efficient. So so the question that comes to our mind is, what is the difference between a table and a pivot table in Excel? An Excel table is basically just a very simple database consisting of one table. It has data elements and set of members having those elements. So what Excel table is, it's a very simple database consisting of rows and columns having data in them. But what a pivot table? A pivot table is a reporting and summation tool that gives you information about an Excel table. Excel table is just a database consisting a row or a column. But what is a pivot table? Pivot table is like a summation tool. It gives you information about the table. So these are the pivot tables in Excel, and here we can go here under the insert tab, and we can click on pivot table, and we can create a pivot table. These are the pivot charts that we have in Excel. So here we have this data. We have dates, month, salesman, item name, company, quantity, amount, and region. We have all this data here, and we will be learning that what are the pivot tables that we have in Excel and how we can use them and make our work easy. So now this data is very complex and a very large data, and how to extract information, how to extract particular information. Like if we want to extract the sale of Ram, Vinod, or Rohit, or anyone, and which product they have sold, and of which company, and of which quantity, it's a very complex data, and it's not feasible for us to calculate each and everything within a second or what. So it's a very complex process, and it takes time. But with the help of pivot tables, we can use this. We can take out this information very shortly and in a very easy way, which makes our work very effective and efficient. So what are we going to do? We will be just inserting the pivot tables. For pivot tables, we have to just click inside the table. And yeah, one more thing for pivot tables, there must not be any single row in column, means there must be no empty cells or empty columns while creating a pivot tables. So as in this data, there is as such no empty rows and empty columns, so we can create a pivot table easily. We will just click in any of the cell inside the table, means inside our data, and we just go to the insert tab, and here we have pivot table options. So we will just click here. We get two options here. The Excel, this dialog box appears and it asks for two things. Table range. It has automatically selected the table range, and you can see the dancing ants here in the outlines, and you can see this is because we have selected one column, we have selected one cell inside this table, and it extracted the full database. Now the next thing what Excel asks from us is if we want that pivot table in the new sheet or the existing sheet. Just click on the existing sheet, and we want the location. The Excel wants the location where we want. We'll just click the here. We can give the cell reference, and we can just press OK. So what you notice is this is a table, this is a pivot table that we got, and these are the fields. And under these pivot table fields and under these, what you notice is these are the column headings that we have. Date, month, salesman, item name, company, and all. Date, month, item names. These are the headings that we have. These are the fields that we have inside the pivot tables, and these are the for options that I'm going to tell you that what is the use of these for options that we have here. So we have created the pivot table. Now we are going to work on that. So what I was explaining in starting was if we want to extract data of the salesman, we just want to see that how many salesmen are there. It's a very huge data, and we cannot identify that how many salesmen are there. So if we just click here and drag it into the rows column, what you will notice is all the salesmen that are here, means all the unique values that we have, all the salesmen are here in this rows. We have selected the salesman and put it in the rows column. Now we wanted to see that how much of the quantity they have sold, but for which company or which item name. So we'll just select the item name, and we want to see that which salesman of which item, means we will put the item names in the column. And what you notice is these are the items in here. This computer, laptop, mobile, and this is the grand total. And here in the values column, we just have to add the numbers. Either we can add the amount column, or we can add the quantity column. We just wanted to see that how many amount of sales did Aman do of the computers. So we'll just select the amount column, and we will drag it here in the values. Now what you notice is it's created a whole table. It created a whole table that we want in just 3 clicks. So it's a very easy thing, and we can easily see that Aman have done the sales of this amount of computer, Rahul this, and this is the grand total that we get. We can just change the things also. If we want item names in the rows, what we can do is we can just select the item name from here, and we can put it into the rows. We can select the salesman from here, and we can put it on the column. And now what you notice is all the things have been changed, right? All the names of the salesman names have been converted into the columns, and all the products that we were having are now in the rows. So this is about the pivot tables, and we will be learning more about these. But if we just click on the pivot table, if we just click outside the pivot tables, you see here, if I just click again, what we get is pivot table analyze and design tab. Here we can design a pivot table, and here we can analyze a pivot table. So under design tab, we can select any color that we want. We can select any of the options here. There's so many options, and we can select any option that is suitable for us, and let's select this. So yeah, here one option that we have is the report layout. By default, the pivot table is in this form, but what we can choose is we can choose show it in a tabular form also. It looks more effective and efficient in this way. So this is a pivot table layout, and we can select any of the layout that we want. So now what we can do is we can also insert a blank row after each line. We can remove a blank line after each item. So it's like we can add blank rows and remove blank rows. Report layout, I've already told you that what is under the layout option. These are the grand totals. We can put the grand totals on for row only or for columns also. So it's like we can put the grand total. We have for both the rows and the columns here. this was about the design column that we have. This was about the design tab that we have here. So now what we want again is, we have seen that how we can do with this, but now what we want, but moving on, we have Aman sold the computer of 1,38,947, but you got doubt that we want information, full information. What we can do is just double click here and you will see a new sheet is created and a table for Aman has been created. It's a full table for the Aman that we have, that the Excel has created by its own. And now this is in the table format, and we already know that we can add a total row here. Or we just click on the total row, and under the amount option, if I just click on the sum, we will see the same amount, 1,38,947. Means it's authentic. It's showing the perfect results in this pivot tables. And if you feel any kind of doubts in any of the things, if you feel any kind of doubts in any of the items or thing, you can just double click that and you get a separate table on another sheet and you can verify from that. So we will just remove this. We will click here and the item name, we will just drag it here back, and same wise about the amount. So yeah, so this was a pivot table and this makes our work very effective. Now if we see it, let's take one more example. We want to see that which salesman in which region. We will just drag the region and we will put in the column have done how many have sold how many quantities of things. So Aman has sold 498 quantities in East, and the maximum quantity sold by in these is the Ram. Ram sold the maximum quantities in East. So we can just, within one click, we can just select the things that we want. If someone says that we don't want quantity, so we can just drag it back and we can put the amount here. So it's like we can select any of the things from the table that we get inside under the field option. One of the most important thing that I need to tell you is, if I just add a new row here, it will not be included, right? Because we have created a pivot table for this area selected. But for that, what we need to click is, we just need to refresh the area. We just need to click on the refresh under the pivot table analyze option. We just need to click on the refresh option, and the new data that you have entered will be analyzed in this pivot table. While creating the pivot table, this data will be used. And there's a shortcut also, Alt plus F5 key for the refresh, and you can use that also. So yeah, the last thing that we have is the here. If you see under the values column, we can just put the things that have the numbers inside them, right? So if I just click on this arrow, we get so many options here. And if I just click on the value field item, what you notice is we have the sum. What we are doing right now is the sum. We can just select the count option also. We can select the average, max, min, product also. We have, if we just select the count option, and what you notice if you just press OK, what you notice here is that all the things, all the amounts that we're having have been removed, and the count of sales are there now. Ram had done 39 sales, Aman had done 26 sales in the East, and similarly, all the things that were earlier as the sum now have been converted into the numbers, and it's the count of sales. So if we just again go to the count of sales and we just select the sum, it will again go to the same thing. Now if you see here is you get the number format option here button, and if I just click here, you get so many options here. If there is a number, you can just convert it to the currency. You can put any kind of symbol. You can put English symbol or anything, English Australia. If you put dollar symbol here, and if you just press OK, what you notice is that all the things, all the amounts that we were having has now been converted into a dollar. Earlier they were in the rupees. Now they have been in the dollar. So we can just click here and we can format our data. We can format our data from here. This is the number format option that we have. So yeah, these were the pivot tables, and they are very useful in creating a dashboards without using macros and VBA. And we will be learning that also. And these are very useful topic. This is a very useful topic in Excel, and this helps us in creating a various kind of dashboards and makes our work very easy to work and makes our things very attractive and easily understandable. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the conditional functions in Excel. That what are the conditional functions that we have in Excel. So the first function that comes to the conditional function is the if function. In this video we are going to learn about the Excel if function. We will be learning that how to use if function multiple times, and that we call as nested if function. So we are also going to learn that where the if function is there, we can easily predict that there is some condition like sum if, doing the sum but having a condition. So it's like we will be having such conditions with the if function, and we are going to learn that. Moving on, we have the countif function. As the name suggests, we have to count the things but with a condition. Count with if. Countif is an Excel function to count the cells in a range that meets a single condition. It helps to count the cells in a cell with a single condition that we can apply. Countif function can be used to count the cells that contain dates, numbers, and text. As such, there is no limitation that it cannot count anything. It can be a date, it can be either numbers, or it can be either text. So now, we have this sheet here and we have this data. We have employee name, building, hire date, and all these things. And here we have to give the bonuses. And we are going to use one of the most powerful function in Excel that we use with most of the function. This function is most frequently used function, and this is the if function that we have in Excel. And here we are going to use that if function. And you can just got by the name, if we put it with sum if, means doing the sum with if, putting some conditions. So here we put some conditions. Here we run some logical tests that we have. So I want the bonuses to be given here in this column. And bonus is like if you see in the F column, we have the job rating, and if the job rating is 4 or the job rating is 5, we have to give the bonus. That is the 1500 rupees. So what are we going to do? We will just type is equals to, we will type if and bracket. So as Excel tells us that what are the things that we need here in the bracket. So it is asking for the logical test. And the logical test is what? On which we want to have the function to be tested. Means it includes the function that needs to be tested. It includes the criteria that we need to be tested, and on which we want to perform our test. So in this, where we have the logical test, what are we going to do? And here under the logical test, we will be putting the job ratings, as we want the job ratings to be more than 4, greater than equals to 4. So we will just click here. That is the job rating, and here we have to provide the condition. And what is our condition is, we can just press greater than 3. We can just provide it greater than 3, which means 4 or 5. Or we can just type greater than is equals to 4. So it is a one and the same thing. We can just type it is read it as greater than equals to, or we can just type as greater than 3. And we will just press comma. This is the test that we want to perform. If F2 cell is greater than 3, then what are the things that we want? If it is true, then what we want? If it is true, we want the bonus of 1500, and we will just give the cell reference. We can just type the numbers also. We can just type 1500 and it will work the same. But also we can give the cell reference. And each cell, we want the same thing. So we will just make it absolute by just pressing the F4 key from our keyboard. And we will just again press comma. Now we want the value if it is false, if it is less than 4. And what are the things that we want? We will just want a blank. We can just type 0 also. Or if we doesn't want 0 also there, we can just type the double quotes twice and just close the bracket and press enter. What you notice is we get the 1500 bonus here, as this rating was greater than 5. So we got the 1500 rating. If I just double click here, and all the cells are filled accordingly. If you see, the rating is 3 and we got the blank cell. And similarly with this, the rating is 4, we got the 1500. So it's like that. But yes, one more thing that I need to tell you, if I perform the same function here again, is equals to if, and we will be testing the same thing, greater than 3, comma, value if true, we want 1500. And here, instead of number, if you want the text, and if you directly write the text as your numbers, it will not work. If we need a text, if we have to write a text in place of anything, if the value is true or value is false, if we need a text, we have to put that in double quotes. And if we type here no bonus, there is a text, it must be under the double quotes, and it will work only then. It will work then only if it is under the double quotes. Otherwise, if it is number, then no double quotes are necessary. So we will just close the bracket and press enter. Where you notice is we got the 1500 as the same answer, and we can just double click here and we get the no bonus, where we don't have any kind of bonuses. That is, we don't have to provide any kind of bonuses. We get the text, that is the no bonus. That is according to our criteria, according to a condition that we have applied. So this is one of the most powerful function, and we use this function with most of the functions that are we going to understand in further videos. And this is most frequently and the most powerful function, and it also used to remove something that we don't want and to add something if the value is true and if the value is false. So now we will be looking for the nested if, means using the if function again and again. If we have to provide the more than one condition, then we have to use the if function more than once. So how to use the if function means single time but providing multiple criteria, and that we call it as a nested if function. So we will for here, if we have to see that here, if the job rating is more than 5, means if job rating is more than 3, that is if the job rating is 4 or 5, we have to give the bonus of rupees 1500. But if the job rating is 3, now we are going to provide them a bonus of rupees 1000. And if it is job rating is 1 or 2, we are just not providing anything to them. We will just give a blank. So what are we going to do? We will just type is equals to if and bracket. So this is the condition. Here we have to type the test, and here we will just type greater than 3. And if it is greater than 3, then the value that we want is this. And we will just give it absolute cell reference, comma. Now we will again type that what is our condition. We will just type if again and bracket. Now what is our condition? That if this cell again, if the F2 cell again, we are just giving the reference. And if this cell again is equals to 3, we want a bonus of ₹1,000, comma. So yeah, we can just type the if function again and again as much as we want. We can give the conditions, we can give the criteria as much as we want. But here we can just type the value if false, means if it is nothing like that, if F2 is not equals to 3 and not greater than 3, what we want is we just want a blank or a 0, and we'll just close the bracket twice and we'll just press enter. What you notice is we get the 1500, and if we just drag here, you will notice that if the job rating is 3, we got the 1000, and if the job rating is less than 3, we got a blank. So this is how we can use the nested if function again and again, and we can use the if function again and again, and that we call as the nested if function. So now we have learned that how to use multiple conditions again and again. Means if we want to put if, we have learned that what is the nested if, and if we want to check multiple conditions again and again, we can put the nested if function. But we can also use the AND or OR function if you want to check the logical test. If you want to have more than one logical test, we can check that, and that I'm going to show you in this. If we just press is equals to, we will type if, and now we will type and again bracket. Now here you see you get all the logical tests. You can type up to 127 logical tests here, and we will try on these. We can type any logical test here. So the first logical test that we have is if the job rating this. The first logical test that we have is if we must have this job rating greater than 4, greater than 3, comma. Now we can add here the second logical test that we want to have, and we will just click on the years. And the years of experience must be more than 10 years, and it should be greater than 10. And we will just close the bracket. Now we will just again press comma. Now we want to have that what if the value is true. What we want here, we want to give the bonus of ₹1,500. We will just type 1500, or we can just type give the cell reference here, and we will just press comma. And if the value is false, we just want a blank, and just close the bracket, and we will just press enter. And now what are we going to do? We will just drag it. We will just double click here in the black. We get the black arrow, and now you will see what AND function means. If we just click here again, what you have here in AND function, what it does is we get 4 options here. If this is true, if this is false, if this is false, if this is true, if both are true or both are false. These are the 4 conditions that we have, and AND function will work when both the conditions will be true. If this is true and this is true, means a person having greater than 10 years of experience and having a job rating more than 3 will get the bonus of ₹1,500. So this was about the AND function. Now instead of AND, if we type here OR, we get to the 4 conditions again. If this is true, this is false, this is true, this is false, or both are false or both are true. This condition, if we put OR, this will work in every criteria, means it will not work until both are false. It will work if this is true, this is false, if this is true. Any one of them is true, it is going to give the bonus of ₹1,500. But if both are false, then we are not going to give them the bonus of 1,500, and we will just press enter. We will just click here, and you will see the person job rating is only 1, but having an experience of more than 10 years is getting the bonus. So this is the OR function. It doesn't work when both the conditions are false, but it works if any one of the conditions is. This was all about the if function. So now we will see that what is the count if function, and this is the name suggests that the count by providing condition that we want. So we will just type is equals to count count, and just create bracket here. What it wants is count if, and just bracket. And where it wants it is the range and the criteria that you want to count. If I just select the range column B, and here we want a criteria, and the criteria, let's give it a West name, and as the name is there, so it must be under the double quotes, and we will just close the double quotes, close the bracket, and press enter. So what you notice is where here we get in this column, we get the West name 126 times. So we are counting something by providing it a range, means it with if, means we are counting that with if this condition. If this condition is true, count this. It's like inside this range, how many times the West appears. So if I just remove the West from here, and if I just type the Taft and just press enter, what you notice, it's appearing 63 times again and again. So this is the use of countIf function, and this is also a good function that we use in Excel most of the time. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the name ranges. Sometimes working with formulas become too difficult and we are not able to do the calculations easily, and it becomes very complex and complicated. So what can we do is we can use the name ranges, we can use the concept of name ranges, which makes our calculation easy and which gives it a new direction. So yeah, what we want here, so here in this column we want the new amount, and the new amount is nothing but the amount in these cells, in these amount column, plus 10% of the same amount. What we can generally do is we can just type is equals to this cell multiplied by this cell plus again this cell. So yes, instead of using this, what we use here, what can we do is we can specify the name range, which will be easily identifiable and will be easily recognized. We are going to give a specific name range to this cell, and there are two methods of doing that. So instead of doing that, instead of using that formula again and again, what are we going to do? We're going to create a name range for this cell. And what are the name, how we can create? There are two methods, as I already told you, that two methods how can we create a name range. So for the name range, just click on this cell and go to formulas option. Under this you see this define names option, and here you click on define name, and you can just give the name also the percent increase. And one more thing, you cannot have any kind of spaces between the words. You can use the underscore or a word without any space. You can just use the underscore percent increase, and we will just press enter. So now this is the one method of doing that. Other method of doing that is if we just click on this cell, if I just click on this cell, you'll see here the name M1. But by just pressing the backspace and writing the new name for that, it's also create a name range for this cell. So now this is the name range, and what I'm telling you, what if you need to find out what are the name range that you have? Here's the list under the drop down arrow, the name ranges you have. So here if you are in any cell, and if you just get back here and if you just press that, you will see that you directly jump into the L1 cell, and this is the percent increase cell. So now we are going to use the same thing here, but we will just press is equals to this cell multiplied by, and you can just press F3 from your keyboard and you will see all the names that we have in Excel are here. If we just click here and click OK, and we'll just click on plus again this cell, G2 cell, and we will just press enter. What you will see, the amount is same, but if I just double click here, and you can notice that if we just click on any cell, the name range, it works as absolute cell reference. The name range works as absolute cell reference, and you can see if you click anywhere in the cell, you see that the name range that we have specified is used in each cell. So this was about the name range and how we can use them. So these are very beneficial. One more thing, these are very useful in using the formula. So if we just need to create a name range for all these cells, even if we want to create a name range for these cells, what we will be doing is we will just select all the area and go to the under the formula tab, create from select, and here you have to select the names from which you want the name range. Either you want from the rows, or you want from the top row, or you want from the left column, or you want from the bottom column. So it's like if we just want from the top row, we will just click on OK. And now what you will see is if we just click here under the name manager, you will see these are the name ranges that are created. Go to use in formula. Here we have the paste names and paste list. Here you can see that all these name ranges are created, that we have created amount, company, date, name, and these are all the ranges that we have created now. So this is how we can create a name range, and it's a very beneficial thing. It helps us in a very good way, and this makes our work very easy while writing the formulas, and we don't have to specify the absolute cell references. Works as absolute cell references, and these are very easy to identify also. So this was all about the name ranges that we have in Excel. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the lookup functions in Excel. That what are the lookup functions and what we have in it. First function that we have is the VLOOKUP function. If we talk about this VLOOKUP function, if we read this theory, VLOOKUP function looks for a value in the leftmost column of the table and then returns a value in the same row from a column you specify. VLOOKUP function is basically used to pull out the information, means to extract the information from selected cells by putting this VLOOKUP function, and to pull out some information that we want. It's basically in the vertical column and it doesn't work in the horizontal column. For the horizontal column, we have the edge lookup function, and edge lookup function stands for horizontal lookup. And it is used to retrieve information. It is used to extract the information from a table in a row, the output. So it's like it works in the row. VLOOKUP function works in the columns. So the next function that we have is the index function. The index function returns a value or the reference to a value from the within a table or array. So basically, index function is used to return the value, means to return something that we want to extract something. The next function that we have is the match function, and the match function is basically used to get the relative position of a specific item. By using this match function, we get the specific position of the cell that we want. We want the exact position that we want in the cell. So this is for the match function, means match, as the name suggests, to match something, find something. Moving on, we can use the index and match function combined. We can also use the two-way lookup index and match, means using index and match under the VLOOKUP function. So these are all the things that we going to learn in this video. And moving on, we have the most important and the most beautiful function in the Excel, that is the Excel's if error function. The Excel if error function is designed to trap and manage errors in formula and calculation. It's like if we get any kind of error, we can remove that by using if error function. If there is such error, we can remove this. By the name suggests, if error. If there is an error, we can remove that by using this function, that is the if error function.
So now here we have this data here, and we are going to use the VLOOKUP function and HLOOKUP function in these data, and I'm going to show you that how are we going to use. Here we want the percent increase according to the salary. Now this is the criteria according to which we have to give them the percent increase. But here we have the same data in two ways. It's in a vertical way and it's in a horizontal way. And now you can just see that the data in the column I and J are much easier to read, and the data in the column L2W is not that much easy to read. So it's very easy to read this data that is from column I to J, and this is a vertical way of writing the data, and this is the same data that is we have written in the horizontal way, because if we are using the VLOOKUP function, then we need the vertical data. But if we are using the horizontal, means if we are using the HLOOKUP function, then we need to have the horizontal set of data, and this works only in rows and this works only in columns. So here we want the percent increase, that how much the percent is increasing for the salary. If it's 62,000 here, and then it is going to take 60,000 amount. It's going to take 2%, means it is not going to take the next amount that we are getting. It is going to take the least amount. It is going to take the max amount, but less than the number that we are going to search for. Here we are typing the lookup function, that is equals to VLOOKUP and open bracket. And now here are the things that the formula wants from us. We want a lookup value. And what is our lookup value? Lookup value is there, comma, table array. Means from which table you want to look up this value. We want to look up from this table, comma. And what is the column index number? Column index number is the area from which you want the results to be here in this cell where we are writing the formula. Column index number means it is the first column in the data that we have selected, the second column, and we want the percentages, so we will just type the 2 here and we will cross the bracket. And here if you just press enter, and what are you going to see? You will see the 0.02%, and here we can change it into the percent form. Just click on this cell, click here in the percent form, and you get the 2%. So for 2%, we know that the price was, salary was 60,000, it was near to 6,000, so it got the 2% increase. Now if we drag it down, we will see an error, but to remove that error, what are we going to do? We will just click here in the formula bar here in this I1 to J12, and we will just press F4 key from our keyboard to make it absolute cell reference, because we have to drag it and we need the same area. This is area the same, and we will just press Control Enter and just double click. So now we got this change, and what are we getting here is we got an error. And why do we get that error? Because if the amount was less than 50,000, we have not mentioned any kind of criteria. So I will just add another row, that is if we have less than 50,000, it means if it is 30,000, means if it is greater than 30,000, it will be included, but if it is less than 30,000, it will not be included. We're just providing 0% here and just press enter. Now the one important thing that I need to show you is this data should be in ascending or descending order. this data that we are looking for, means in which we are looking for, that data should be in ascending or descending order, otherwise it creates an error. So what are we going to do? I will just do that. So now we have so I have arranged it into ascending order, means it is increasing and it is in ascending order. And now what are we going to do? We will just click here in this column G2, and I will just click here and we'll delete the area that we have selected, and now we are going to select the area again. So we will just click here and just select the area that you want to edit, means you want that from where your data should be there, and just press F4 key from your keyboard and just press enter, and we will just drag it again. And what you notice is we have added the column for the 0%, and the person who is having the salary below 50,000 is getting the 0% increment, and all the data that we were having is now modified according to our wish. So this is the form, this is the use of the VLOOKUP function. And now what is this? Why I've written this horizontal way of data? We just click here again. All the things remains the same. Instead of VLOOKUP, we keep it as HLOOKUP. This data got changed, and we add the new data, that is this data, we add this data. So we will add this data here, and we will just press F4 key from our keyboard, and the row index number now it is asking for, and the row number index will be second. This is the first row and this is the second row. We will just press enter, and if I drag it down, so now that the percentage remains the same even if the dragging, but you can see that all the formulas are replaced with the HLOOKUP function. And in this we need a horizontal row of tables, horizontal row of data, in which we have to add row index number and all. And in VLOOKUP function we have to add the column index number. So it is the difference between the HLOOKUP function and the VLOOKUP function. I mean, they perform the same thing, but using the VLOOKUP function is more preferable, and it's easy to use because data that we're having, that we needed to use in the VLOOKUP function is easy. Means it's easy to use the data, it's easy to visualize the data, it's easy to understand the data that we need to use in the VLOOKUP functions. And it's quite difficult to read this data and understand this data. So yeah, this was about the VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP functions that we have. And now after this, we are going to learn one more thing. So I will just clear this row again. I will just clear all. So yeah, now we are going to learn that how to use the VLOOKUP function for exact matches, that is for the appropriate matches. Earlier what we have learned in this area is in this sheet was if it was 31,000, then also we are getting the amount that is for the 30,000. And if it was the amount that is for the 51,000 suppose, then also we are getting the 1% only, which is corresponding to 50,000. Means it was an approximate match. But what about the exact match? If it is 50,000, then only we should get the 1%. So here we are going to learn that. Here we have so many departments here: admin, finance, sales, HR, and all. And here's a bonus. I've created a table for that. These are the bonuses that are to be given to each department, a different department. So in this column, we are going to use a lookup function. So to get the exact amount each person about for the bonus that they are getting, we will just type is equals to VLOOKUP. And now, what is our lookup value? Our lookup value is this. That is the department that in which the person is. If it is an admin department or finance department, we'll just press comma. We will select this table and we will just press F4 key from our keyboard. Comma. Column number is 2, as this is the column 1. This is the column 2. Column 2. Now we will again press comma for that. Now what it asks for? It asks for true. That if we type true, it will ask for the approximate match. For that, I told you in the previous video that the data should be in ascending order. But if it is for the exact match, we have to write it as a false. And there is no such case for writing data into ascending or descending order. And data should be in any form. It will find the exact match of that. So here we will type false. That is, we want the exact match, and we will just press the bracket, and we will just press enter. And what you will see, we get a 10,000 rupees amount, that is for the admin, and here we get the 10,000 amount. If we just double click here, we get all the amounts that we were having. And for the sales, it is 5,000, admin 10, HR 12, and finance 15. We get each and every amount. If I just change little things in amount, if we just mistakenly type another amount and it is not like that, and we need to change that. If I just need it as 11,000, and we'll just press enter, what you will see, all the amount that earlier 15,000 has now been changed to 11,000. That is for the finance. So this is how we can use it, true or false, for the approximate match and exact match. Sometimes we just need to find the exact matches. Like if the number is 50, then we need to give it as a grace mark of 5% or extra 5 marks for something. the person has scored 50 out of 60. It's like we are not giving it as an approximate match. We just want as an exact match, which is the same thing that we are searching for should be there. This is one of the most powerful and efficient function in Excel, and we use it most of the times while creating anything, while creating any formula, while performing any kind of actions. We use the VLOOKUP function, and it's a very great function and the powerful function that we have in Excel. And we are going to use it with various other functions, and I'm going to show you that also. We are going to learn that what is a match function and what are the uses of match function. It basically tells a row number that in which the text you are looking for is where it is located. We have this set of numbers here. It is still row 47, and we have this set of numbers. And so I have written some of the numbers here, and these are the numbers that I'm going to find. Means I'm going to find the value of that numbers, that in which row they are. We will just type is equals to, we'll type match and bracket. Now what is the lookup value that we are looking for? This is the lookup value, and we'll just press comma, and we are looking up for it in array, and this is the array in which we are looking for that. And we are making it as absolute cell reference, as it is the formula needs to be dragged, and we don't want to drag this down. We want this area to be logged, comma. Now it's a pop-up appears, and here are the three options that we have to give. If you want the less than that, in which row is this less than this number, so we will just type 1. If you want an exact match, we will type 0, and if you want greater than this number, we will type 1. So here we want an exact match, and we will just press 0 and just close the bracket and press enter. But you will see that this number is an 8th position, and I will just do this. And the same thing, if we just cross check it out, 8, the same number is there, 712, right? So all the numbers that we get here are real, and these are the positions, these are the different positions of these different numbers. But now if I change a number that is not present here, and if I just let's take it, we will get an error. So this is an error that we get, and now to remove this error means let's revert back here, means let's get back to that number. And now instead of using this formula, we can, means we are going to use this formula the same, but we are adding one more formula, that's the if error function that I told you. So if error is basically used to remove the error of the formula as creating an error if it is not matching something. We'll just type comma. Now we have to put the value. This is the value, and if it causes an error, then what do we need to put? And as we are going to put the text, it must be under double quotes and not found. Let's type not found here, and double quotes close and close bracket, and just press enter. Now we get the 8 value because the same number is there in the 8th row. But if I just change the number from 2 to 1, what you will notice is it is showing us as not found. Earlier it was showing it as an error, but we have put if error function, and I will just copy it down. If I change any other number also, you will see that it's not found, right? If I just revert back, and you will see that the number is same, and now it is giving its position. So this is the beauty of if error function. If we are getting any kind of error, we can just remove that error. We can just remove that error back. So yeah, this was about the match function. So now we are going to learn about what is the index function, and then now we will be using the index function. Here we have this data here, a small data, and here I have written the name, means these are the names, basically these are the names, and I'm going to use the index function to find the relative position of these names. If I just type the row number here, we must get the name, we should get the name which is in that row number, that is that are we typing here. So if I just type a row number here, let's start with the 3, means first, second, third. This is the row number, that is the 3. We will just type is equals to index. Now it is asking for an array, and this is our array, asking for a row number, and for the row number we are giving it as a cell reference, that is the H5, and we will just close bracket and press enter. You will see that this is the name that is in the row 3, row 1, row 2, row 3. This is the name that is the same name. If I just change the name here to the row 8, means let's say to the row 7, and the name we get is a Richard Gibb. So this is the change that are we getting here. We can just type the number here and we get the name. This also works in 2 dimensions. Likewise, I'm going to show you here. Let's make another column that is for the column, and here in this formula we will be doing an edit. We will again type the formula here, and we will just type index, Now the array that I am going to select is the full array, full table that we have, and we will just press comma. A row number is here that I will be providing as the cell reference, and the column number is here that I will be providing as the cell reference, and we will just close the bracket and press enter. Now we want that row number should be 7 only, but the column that we want should be of C, means it should be third column. We will just type here third column. We want here third, so we will just type third column, and the third column means this column, seventh row means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. According to our table, the seventh row is this, the eighth one, Richard gave, and we are getting the sales. And if I just change the column number to, let's say, 2, and just press enter, and what we see is the date, and this is the date. Let me show you the date. It's a date format.
And what you notice is we get the 25 April 2014, and this is the date that is for the column 2, means this column, and the row number 7. And the row number 7 is the row number 8 for this data because we have one row blank. And this is the 25 April 2014. This is the use of the formula, that is the index formula that we have used here. So I've learned that what is HLOOKUP, what is VLOOKUP, what is index function, match function, and the most beautiful function that I already told is if error function. Hi guys, in this video we're going to learn about the text-based functions in Excel. What are the text-based functions? These are the text-based functions that we have: a left, right, and mid function. So the left function that we use here is extract the cells from the left side of the text. If we have a long text here and we can extract some of the elements of that by using the left function. Left function in Excel is a type of text function in Excel which is used to give the number of characters from the start from the string, which is from the left to right. Now the right function that we have is returns the same characters but from the end of the string. It's just like a left function is to extract from the starting, and the right function is used to extract the cells from the right side in the end of the text. The mid function is used to extract the middle number of characters if we don't want the starting character and the end character, and we can extract the mid characters by using the mid function here in this Excel. So if we have long text and we can use the mid function to extract some of the data, some of the numbers or some of the text from between some of the symbols, we can use this mid function here. Len and search functions. The len function returns the number of characters in a given text. It's basically used to calculate the length. It's basically used to see the length. What is the length of the characters that you have in your string? The Excel search function returns the location of one text string inside another, and we are also going to use that function in the further video. Concatenate function and the concat function. The word concatenate is just another way of saying to combine or to join together, and it is used to join two different texts in two different columns. To join the text in different columns, we use the concatenate function. It's just like joining function, and we can join two kind of text, numbers and all with one another in just single cell. So now we are going to use the text-based functions as well. We will be starting with the right function, and we just want to create an ID. And we just want to create an ID in this cell. And what is the ID? ID is the last 5-digit numbers of these BPay references. The ID is nothing but the last 5-digit numbers of these BPay references. And we will be using the right function to extract this digit. So we will just type is equals to right and create a bracket. And we are going to extract the right 5 digits from the end. So as an ID numbers. So what are we going to do? We have to provide the text here. We have given the reference of this cell, comma. It is asking for the num chart, means the number of characters that we want to extract. We will just type the 5 here and we'll close the bracket and press enter. Now, if you notice here, we got the 4 functions, but we typed the 5 functions. Why are we getting this? We are getting this because here is a separate space here. And this is the one more important function that comes to our mind, that is the trim function that we can use. So what are we going to use here? I will just do one thing. We will just type is equals to trim, and the trim function is very useful function, and basically what it does is it removes the spaces, it removes the extra spaces in the text that we have. So we'll just create the bracket, we'll give the reference of this cell and just close the bracket and press enter. These are the BPay references now without any spaces. So we'll just copy this and we'll paste here as the values. We'll go to paste and here paste values 1, 2, 3 and yes. So yes, I've cleared all the things, and now
I've removed separate spaces. I've removed unnecessary spaces from this text. And if I just click here, and if we just press again enter, we will see that we get the 5 digits. So this is the use of trim function, and we have learned the trim function with the right function. So we have used the right function to extract the right 5 digits. And if I just click here, we get the right 5 digits of each cell that we were having. So this is how we can use the right function. Similarly, we can use the left function also. In the similar way, we can also use the left function. Instead of right function, we will just type is equals to left here, open bracket. The text is the same. This is the text that we were having, comma. Now we want starting 7 digits, and just press 7 and close brackets. And you will see that all the 7 digits that were here are now. So if you notice that these are the 7 digits that we needed, and these all digits are here with us. And this is how the left and the right function works. But these are for the functions we have learned for the right and the left only. Means either we can extract from the right side of the text, or we can extract from the left side of that. Now we will be learning that how to use the mid function. As the name suggests, mid, it means middle, neither left nor right. And what we need to extract here is, so yeah, we will be extracting from this data. We will be extracting from payment amount, and we don't want AU $sign. We just want the amount that is we having. We'll extract this amount with the help of mid function. It's a bit complex, and we'll just type is equals to mid and bracket. Now it needs some more characters. It needs 3 things that Excel wants in this formula: the text, and the text is nothing but this. We'll just press comma. The start number, from where do we want to start that? And we just want to start it from A is 1, U is second, dollar is third, and we have a space 4. So we just want to start it from the 5th number. And how much characters do you want to extract? We want to extract the 4 characters. Let's say 4 characters we just want to extract, and we'll just close the bracket and press enter. Now you notice we get the 3000 as we were wanting, and we'll just drag it. And these are the 4 characters of each color, and these are the 4 numbers that we're having in each cell. So this is how we have learned that how the right function works, how the left function works, and how the mid function works. So now one of the most important function that we going to learn is the length function. It's basically needed to calculate the length of the text in the string. Length of the string in the cell means how many characters are there in the string, or what is the length of the string that we were having. So we will just type is equals to len. We'll just type len, close open bracket. And we just need to find the length of the merchant reference number that we were having. So we'll just give the reference. We can just give the reference of this cell, any cell. It is just used to calculate the length of the text that we are having. So it's very useful function, and we are taking it as a random, but it need to calculate the length of the text. So I will just close the bracket. And here what we notice, we get the 9 as the answer, and then there are the 9 digits that we are having in this cell. And we can easily just by double clicking get each and everything, means how much the length of the text is, how much the length of the numbers we are getting just in one click. So it is also used to find, it is also used with left and right functions. And if we just need to find that what is the length and how many characters do we need, so it is also used with that also. Now the next function that we have is the search function, and it basically, as the name says, it search something, right? So we will just type is equals to here and a bracket, and is equals to search, and here we have to give the find text, that what is the text that we have to find, and we will just give it into a double quotes, and we just need to find A, suppose A, and comma within text, within this text, and just close the bracket. And the third thing that Excel was asking, you can see, is the start number. And it's like if you have a paragraph of things and the A letter repeats again and again and again, so we can just specify the number that which A we want. If first A is in the first place and the second A is in the 4th place, we can just specify the start number as 3, so that it doesn't count the A that is on the first number. It tells the position of the A that is on the 4th number. So I will just close the bracket here, and we'll just press enter. We'll see that A is in the first position, right? So now if I just double click here, and you will see that we get a value error, but where we are getting the numbers, if A, here we get the 3, and if I see here, then the A is at the 3rd position here, second position here, A is at the second position, and A is at the first position. So these are the different positions that we were having. And to remove this error that we are getting, what we can do is, we can just use the if error function. We can just use the if error function, if error. and open bracket. And if this is true, if this is value is showing an error, then what we want, just double quotes and close bracket and enter, and just double click again. You will see that all the areas that we were having is now blank. There are errors, but we have removed that errors by just using the if error function. And these are the values of A, in which A appears, and at which position does A appears. This tells that. The search function tells that which position that the text that we are looking for appears. So now the last function that we have is the concat function. And concat function is basically used to join the text, right? If I just want to create an ID with all these numbers, if I just want to create another ID with all these numbers, what we can do, we can just do one thing. We will just press is equals to, and we will use concat function here. And now it is asking for us for the text 1. And if I just click here, comma, text 2, let's give this, and text 3, let's give this, and close bracket. You can add so many numbers here, and if I just press enter, you will see a new ID is created by the things that we have requested Excel to do it. So for the first number is this, the second is this, and the third one is this. So we can concat by using the concat function. We can create an IDs, or we can join the names. It's just a joining function, and we can join different numbers, different text. So this is the concat function. So in this video, we have learned about the left function, mid function, length function, trim function, search function, and concat function. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the additional formulas and custom views in Excel. That what are the additional formulas and custom views that we're going to learn. So the first question that we have is, what are we going to learn? We're going to learn about the tracing precedents and dependents in formula. What are the usage of these precedents and dependents in auditing that professionals use? How to show the formula that we have written, and how to group the data. Means if we have a large data, and how to group that into a smaller form so that it may be easily understandable and easily recognized. Moving on, we will be going to learn about the 3D referencing in formulas, utilizing the watch window in Excel. It helps us in a very good way and makes our work very easy. How to freeze panes in Excel so that it increases our viewing experience, and it makes it more attractive. So yes, we have this data here, and we are going to use the freeze pane options. And if I just scroll down, you will notice that whatever the headings are not visible. Date, month, salesman, item name. If I just scroll it down, all the headings that were there are not visible right now. By the way, we have a function in Excel which makes them visible, and that's the function that we have as the freeze panes option. So we just have to go to the view tab under the ribbon, and here we have the options called the freeze pane. And if I just click here, freeze panes, if I just click here, freeze top row here. So yeah, what you will notice, if I again scroll down, you will notice that the row 1 is already freezed. It is not moving. We will able to scroll each and every data, and this row will be freezed. Means it's freezed, and now we cannot move it anywhere. It's fixed now. So this is the usage of freeze function and freeze panes. Under freeze panes, we have the freeze top row. And if we just want to unfreeze them, we will just again click here. And here we have the option called unfreeze panes. Similarly, what we can can freeze the first column. And for that, sometimes we need that first column. We have some important data in first column, and we need to freeze that. And that is required in every data. So if I just move it like this, you will see that the first column that was there is now freezed. So this is how the freeze panes work, and it freezes the first column, and we can freeze the top row also. So the top row is freezed. So this is the use of freeze panes, and it's very useful. It freezes the portion of a sheet so that it's visible everywhere even if you scroll anywhere in the sheet. We're going to learn about 3D referencing. That what is the 3D referencing that we have. So we have these sheet 18, 17, 19, and 20. These are the 4 sheets that I have, and we will be learning that what is 3D referencing in these 4 sheets. So what we have to do, we will just press Control, and we will select all the sheets. We have selected all the sheets, and now what 3D referencing means is, if I just click here in this cell, and if I just type welcome to First Window Academy,
So now what 3D referencing does is, as we have selected all the sheets within single click, and if I just click here and if I just click in any of the sheet, you will see that the same thing has been changed in everywhere. Every cell, we will be getting that in the same cell A25. If I just click on the sheet 19, if we select the cell A25 here, if we just select the cell A25, and if we notice here, we get the same thing, that is the welcome to First Mentor Academy. So this is 3D referencing, and it helps us in various ways. Like if we have to create totals in every sheet and we have the same data in every sheet, 3D referencing helps us in that case. It helps us to just type in the single sheet and it will do everything in the other selected sheets. We can also use the formulas. We can do sum, we can do totals, and we can do subtractions, and all the kinds of formula with that. All the kind of formula we can apply here, and all the formulas will be applied in all the selected sheets. So this is the usage of 3D referencing. So yeah, guys, here we have this data here, and it's a very large data. And if I make changes in column this and this, if I make changes here, the amount here affects the amount we have in the last cell is affected by this. This amount is related to these cells, and if I make changes in any of these cells, that amount will change. If I make it as a 4, the amount will change there. So, but I'm not able to see the change at times because it's very difficult to just move here again and again and move back here. So it's a very difficult task to change amount and to change the quantity amount and to see that what is the total change in that amount. So what we can do is we can just create a watch window, and without scrolling we will be able to watch the changes that are being applied here. So we will just select this cell. We'll go to the formulas option. Here we have the option called watch window. Just click here. You will get this pop-up appears, and you can just place it here, or you can just drag it here also. Click on add watch. As we have selected the range earlier, so we don't need to give the cell references. We will just click on add, and we can just resize it. Yeah, this is a perfect size. So this is the amount called. This is the values that we are looking for, and there's the sheet name. Sheet 19, we are on sheet 19. These are the cells name, these are the values, and these are the formulas that are we using. So if I just make change here, so yeah, if I just make the change here in the cell F3, you will see the change. You will see the change, that what is the change that we are getting here. And if I just change it to let's say 8, you will see the change. You saw the change that the change in amount got here. We don't have to scroll it to the right side again and again to see the change. If I just change this amount to, let's say 5656, and you will see that this amount 57755 was not earlier. It's just updated now. This watch window is very useful, and it helps us to see that what changes are going on where, and we can just use this watch window. So now we will be learning grouping, that what is the grouping and how we can use that in Excel. It's a very great feature that we have in Excel, and it makes our data very easily understandable. This is very useful if we have a large data. So I've taken this set of data. I have so big data here. It's a good amount of data to learn that. So yeah, we have January month here. We have February, March, April, May, June, July, and all the months that we have here is the data. For all the months we have the data here. And now what I'm going to do, I will just create a group for each month so that it's easily accessible. If we just want to we can directly jump into the April month. It's a very time consuming to go down and scroll it to the April month and all. So what we are going to do, we will just do the grouping. We will select the area. We will select this area, and this is the January area, and we will just go to here in the data tab, and we click on the group option here and just press group. What you notice is we get this thing here. This is something different that we got here. Similarly, I'm going to do with the Feb, and I've selected the area. We will select the rows, all the rows that we have, and we'll select the area and go to group here. And okay, this is for the Feb we have done, and similarly the last one we are going to do for the March. And yes, we will again click on group. So yeah, you might have noticed the change, that what is the change is going here. So you have seen some numbers are appeared here, 1, 2, 3, and these are the changes. So if I just click on this minus sign here, I just click on the minus sign again, and if I just click on the minus sign, third minus sign, what you notice is all the data that were for the Jan, Feb, March has now disappeared, and we are getting the data from the April. So this makes that data very short, and if I just want to see that what is
for the January data, I will just click on this plus button, the first button, and you get the January data here. It has grouped the items, and we can just minimize it, maximize it. If I just click on this second option, we get the Feb. If I just click on the third, we get the March. So this was about the grouping, and it's very useful in the last data to make it very easily understandable and readable. So now we will be learning that how to see the formulas that we have in our Excel sheet, means how many formulas that we have. This is a short data, and I'm going to explain you that how to get all the formula that we applied in this. You can just apply that in any of the sheet that you have, any big sheet, or doesn't matter the size of the sheet and how many data that we have, but it is a formula that we are going to use. There is a formula, and that is, if we just type is equals to, we will type formula text, and now it is asking for a reference, and I will give it as a reference, and I will just close the bracket and press enter. So what is the formula here we have used? If I just click on the cell is equals to B2 minus B3, and if I just see here, we get the same formula. If I just drag it here, you will see that the formula that we were having in each of the cells is here, right? So this is one of the shortcuts that we can use to see the formulas that we have in the cell that we have used in the cell. So we can use the formula text, and in bracket we have to give the reference for which we want to have the answers. There's one more shortcut that we have, and if I just click this table, full table, means if I just select this table, means the full table that we have, and if I just press Control plus tilde key from my keyboard, you will see that what it happens. I will just press Control plus tilde key, and what you will see here, all the formula that we were having, means everything that we were having. Here, if we just use the Control plus tilde key from a keyboard, we just don't need to have that in any other cell. We can just get directly the formula in the cell in which the answer was there. So here it was 100, but we have just pressed the Control plus tilde key, and we get the formula that we have used. In each cell, we get this formula that we have used, and all the formulas are now reflected that what are the formulas that we have used in the same cell where earlier there was answers. So I will just again press Control plus tilde key from my keyboard, and you will see that all the things are back to normal that it was earlier. So yeah, sometimes what happens is, so many cells are connected with a single cell, and if we want to change that single cell, then all the changes are there. Means we have so many cells that are connected with, and just we want to know the cells in which their connection is. So we have two tools that we have in Excel to see that on which the cell is dependent on which cell is dependent on that. So we will be learning that, and they are the precedence and dependence option in Excel. If I just click here, we know that there is a formula and these are dependent on these things. So we will just go to the formula option, and we will just click on trace precedence, and you will notice that we get a blue colored arrow, and it will tell us that from where we are getting this answer. We are getting this answer after subtracting 140 from 240. So this is the dependent case. And if I just type again a formula here, and if I just give it as reference to this cell, multiplied by 3 and press enter. Now if I just click on this cell, and what I'm going to do, we will just again, in this cell, we will give a reference to this cell only. We will give a absolute cell reference to cell B4, and I've made the absolute cell reference, and we will just scroll it here like this, and yes, we get it. So what I'm going to do, again click on this cell, and now we'll click on trace dependent, and on this single cell, all these cells are dependent. Means this cell is included in each of these cells. In each of these cells, cell B4 is related to that. Means they are all dependent on this cell. If I just change, and if I just make any change in this entry, and if I make it as a 120, you will see that changes are everywhere. But we cannot make it 120 as it was a formula for subtracting that. And we'll again press 100, and you will see that changes are occurring here only where we get these blue sided arrows. So it shows the arrows that indicate which cells are affected by the value of currently selected cell. And similarly, trace precedence show the arrow indicating which cells affect the value of currently selected cells. So this is about the trace precedence and dependence in Excel. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the tools in Excel. And what are the tools in Excel we have? Excel Scenario Manager tool. Scenario Manager is a Excel. Scenario Manager in Excel is used to compare data side by side and also swap multiple sets of data within a worksheet. In simple words, if we say, when you have multiple variables and you want to see the effect on final result and also wanted to estimate between two or more desired budgets, you can use Scenario Manager. We will be learning that in a practical way. We have goal seek in Excel. The goal seek function often refers to at what if analysis is the method of solving for a disaster. The function essentially uses a trial and error approach to back solving the problem by plugging in guesses until it arrives the answer.
So here I've written some data, and this is the keyboard production details, and these are the things that are necessary to prepare the keyboard. So here we will be using the scenario manager, because if we take an example, then the prices of keys, motherboard covering and wires are not same always. They may go up high, they may go lower. So in case we are not going to do the calculations again and again, we are not going to change the digits again and again. So we are using it. So we are using the scenario manager. And here, if we go into the data tab, and here under the forecast, we have for analysis. And here we have scenario manager. And here we get this dialog box, and you can see that this dialog box appears. And here, we have so many options. And at present, there are no such scenarios. We will just click on add. And what is the scenario name? We can give it as a lower cost. Changing cells. And the difference that is between the scenario manager and the goal seek function is this only, that in goal seek function, we can just select the single cell. And in the scenario manager, we can add multiple cells. And I will be just selecting the area. Okay, we will just click on OK. Now we get this dialog box appears. And if the lower cost means how much the lower the price can go, the minimum to minimum price which can go is to 40 for the keys. For the keyboard, it may be good for, it may be go to 80, and this 20, and this for 35. And we will just click on add. So yes, now we will add another sheet. We will add another name where the prices are higher. And we will select this range. Click on OK. And here we will be giving the prices. If the prices are higher, max to max, it can go to 60. And if prices are higher, it can just go to 120. If the prices are higher, this can go to 40. And this can go to 60. So we'll just click on OK. And this is both the things that we get if the prices are lower, if the prices are higher. So now we'll just, if we click on this higher, and if I just click on show, see the change here. If I just click on show, you might have seen the change, that earlier the price was something else, now it is 60. If the prices are higher, then the prices are changed for each and everything. If I just click on the lower cost, and again see, now the keys price is 60, and if I just click on show for the lower cost, you will see that the keys price are 40 for the lower cost. So I will just close this, and here we will be adding in formula that will be is equals to sum, and we will select this range and bracket. So now the total cost for the mouse is 170. So yeah, we have this data here, and what are we going to do? We will just click on here and click on scenario manager, and here we have the fifth option, that is for the summary. And if I just click on this option, we can just create it as scenario summary, or we can just create it as a scenario pivot table report. And result cell is this, and we will just click on OK. What you will notice, we get a summary on another sheet, and this is the summary that is created. This is the value for the lower cost, this is the value for the higher cost, and this is the current values that we were having. So it is very useful in identifying data, and it's just having a great lookup that what is going to be if the prices are lower and if the prices are higher. So if we just notice, then if the motherboard is for 100 rupees, then the total that we are having is 250. But if we decrease the price to the 80, then the value that we are getting is 175, and if we increase the price to 120, then we are getting it the cost price of 280. So this is how it helps in analyzing the things. A great analysis can be done. And this is the summary that is created on another sheet. This is on the separate sheet have been created for this. So this was about the scenario manager in Excel, and it's a very useful thing we can add as much as sheets that we want. We can add as much as data that we want. Very low, maximum price, very high price. We can add as much things as we want. We have this data, and we are going to use the goal seek function here. Now here we have this data here, and this is the name, that is the Shubham, and these are the subject that we have. And here we have these marks in each subject, and this is a blank. I have left this blank, and you will be getting to know that why I have left this as a blank cell. So yeah, we have these marks here, and this is the total marks, that is the 230, and I just wanted to have a marks here. If here we want as 300, if we want total as 300, how much a person should score in maths? It's just an easy calculation. You can easily identify that the person needs 70 marks. But we are going to use the goal seek function in tough calculation, in complex calculations. So we will just go to data tab here. And here we have under the forecast, what if analysis. And here we have the goal seek function. We'll just click here. We get this small dialog box. Here we have three options. We have to select the cell. And to select the cell, we will select this cell as G3 and to value. What is the value that we want for this cell? Let's say as 300. And by changing what cell you want, and here we will be typing that by changing this cell. And if I just press OK, you see the change here. It has done the calculation and the total is now 300. And the percent is 75 and the math score as we earlier calculated is 70. And we will just click on OK. So yeah, this was the usage of goal seek function. And we will clear the cell again. Now we want that our mark should be 90%. So we will just click on the goal seek function. We will refer to the cell. We will refer to this cell. And what the value that we want, it should be in the same format. If it is in currency, then it should be in currency. If it is in percent, then it should be in percent format. So we just want is as 90%. We will just type percent here. And by changing what cell? By changing this cell. And we will just press OK. So now the percent has been changed to 90. So now the percentage have been changed to 90 as we just wanted. And the marks that the person has to score in maths is 130 now. He cannot score 130 as the maximum marks was 80 according to our table. But for getting 90%, he must score 130 as in maths. So this was the usage of goal seek function. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about the user forms in Excel. Hi guys, in this video we are going to learn about how to create a user form, and we will be creating a user form into our Excel VBA, that is our Visual Basics for applications. We'll be also seeing how to change the color, the title change, the height, width and so on. Let's see. So first I will go with this developer tab and click on the Visual Basic. So I will be just going to a developer tab and I will go to here Visual Basics. And here you see this is the dialog box that appears. This is the format of the Excel VBA and we will just resize it so it's look little smaller. Yes. So here we have so many options and we will just click in the properties window. We will just click here and we will just click on insert, and here we will just click on the user form. And so this is the user form and we can edit it, and we can edit it from here and all. And it is the run button here and we will be running this user form. It is also used to create user interfaces and much more attractive things in Excel. So here's the back color, and if I just click on this drop down arrow, active title bar, we can just create it as a black color, or we can do like this border color, give it as a black. Click here and click on here. We have those so many options. We can just click on the palette, and here from here we can select any color that we want. And if we just click here, and we were changing the, and we will change the name to, we will just type the name welcome here, and it is the name that is accepted by the Excel. So we will just click on run option, and what you will notice here is it is the option that we have the little triangle here. And if you just click here, what you notice is we are on the Excel sheet, but that user form, that Visual Basic have been removed, and we got this user form here. And we can add as many things as we want here. So we can just click here and we'll back to that screen. Here are the options that we have. There are so many options that we have here. Table that we have. This is the text box in which we can add text. This is a combo box. This is a list box, check box, and so many options that we have here. And if I just add the text, box here, and we will add the text box here, and we will just increase the size. If we just click here, we get the formatting of all these cells. We get the formatting for this text box that we have created, and we can customize it, categorize it according to our needs. We can change the color by just clicking here in the back color, and we can select the palette and we can just change the color of this cell, this thing. Now what we can do, we can change the back style, border color,
We can do anything that we want here, and we can add text here by just here we have the text option, and if I just text here 1, and it is 1 here, we can increase the size also. When you can increase the size of the text that we have entered, and that can be done from there is a font that we can select. Here is the size also that we can increase, and let's make it a little bigger. Let's make it 36. We can make it bold and all, and just click OK. We can minimize it. We can increase or decrease the size according to our needs. So yes, this is the text box that we have created, and now we are going to create a toggle button. This is the checkbox. These are the checkbox, and if we just place it, see what is there. We can just make a click here. If I just run my user form, here I can click that. Here I can click the things that we want. So it is a list box that we have. So there is as such no need of the list box, and this is the toggle button app, and I am adding the same button here. So these are the 2 toggle buttons that we have here, and we can just change the name earlier as we did with the text box, and we can just change the name of this text box from here. These are the properties that it have, and here we can just change the name of the toggle buttons as we want. We can just click on add. We can add a name add here. This toggle button, we can give it a name as sub. And here we get a drop down arrow, and from here we can select the thing that we want. If we want to edit the text box one, we can just click on this. If you want to click on toggle button one, we can just click here, and we can also click here on the add button. That is the toggle button that we have. It's like we can create a user interface. We can create a data entry forms with the help of these things. Now what you will see, if I just run this, we get the same thing. We can just click on these buttons. These are the buttons that we have, toggle buttons. This is the text that we have. So if I just click here, we can add so many options here. We have so many options, and we can add this combo box. In this combo box, we can create a drop down list. By just clicking here in the arrow, we will get all the lists that we have in Excel. So this is how we create a user form, and if I just click on the run, you will see that the same thing happens here. And if we have data here, if we just click on the drop down arrow, we will have this data here. We can click here, we can click here. It depends on us. And for these buttons, now you are seeing these buttons that they are not working, but for the buttons to make them work, if we just double click here, what you will notice is we get this data here. And these are all the things that we have added, and we have to do the coding here. That is the Visual Basic applications. And this is the language of Excel. And if I just click back on the welcome, we will see that the same user interface. If I just click here, this is the toggle button area that we have selected, that the subtract one. And this is how we have to do the coding here to make them all the things work, to make each and everything work. We can add a list here. How to add a list here is also just by double clicking and add a list here that you want through the coding. So this is the user form, and